right? And now if I'm a physician, I'm monitoring the push notifications because I could score, $500 to answer this question now, but it's $100 in an hour, right? I mean, there's ways to trigger the brain. They're very highly competitive people with type A personalities, so there's some things you can play. Yeah. Right? It starts the minute you log in to answer the question, and it closes 40 minutes later or something. All right, so that's good. That's an interesting takeaway to start looking at a disruptive model of experimentation, giving big investment funds real-time access to end users who would prescribe drugs. So that now we have to confirm that all of those assumptions. We'll get to that a little later. Somebody else, disruptive, something transformational in their industry. Go.
Okay. Well, I'm still trying to pull this whole together. I've done about 4 interviews so far.
Okay.
And I probably will be on track to do about 10 or so by the time it's over. I'm getting kind of diverse, different information depending on who I'm talking to. But I think the one thing that I'm pulling together is, especially with these smaller rural telcos, they don't have a lot of the resources to do a lot of different type of work. So one of the things that I'm looking at then is what type of services would they want to download to another supplier, to a third-party supplier. So one of the things that you and I talked about was about one of the companies was looking at confirming that their network is properly configured and efficient, and is that something that they would be willing to pay in order to determine that, hey, there might be another way of doing it, there might be some cost savings. So, which I think could lend itself, definitely to experimentation and try to filter through what these different types of services might be to find the right one that seems to hit most of the pain points out there.
Okay, excellent. So the external audit for efficiency, and as opposed to just being an equipment seller, we'll come in and tell you if you did something wrong, or if there's some way you can gain efficiency, or if there's some piece of equipment that fails a lot that we know about, right?
Right.
Okay, that's a good one.
Yeah, and so we'll see with the rest of the interviews, they kind of confirm. Okay, that's the right direction.
All right. Who's next?
Okay. I've spoken to 2 people so far. One a potential customer, one customer kind of on the fringe, one a designer. And when I had my discussion with Justin, we were talking about maybe bringing a designer in so that we offer all the services, and we can take your old furniture, make it look brand new, and all of that. And I've been doing a lot of research on existing companies that sort of do what they do, and no one does that, and I'm not quite sure why. So far, the bottom line that I'm getting from my interviews is timing and pricing. And in both areas, I think we can compete, and especially timing.
Doesn't Goodman's do this though?
They do, but timing's an issue. You order new furniture and it takes forever, 10, 12 weeks.
Yeah.
We can get it done in a couple of weeks, depending on.
Oh, you're discovering that the problem in the marketplace is timing is slow.
Yes, timing is slow.
That's something you can address.
Yeah,
I thought.
Yeah, and
but Goodman, you're saying no one's doing it. You're saying no one has designers on staff. But when you say that, you're saying none of the restoring firms.
Right.
But the new furniture ones do have.
Yes.
And so you're taking their proven model and applying it to your industry and sort of moving up the value chain.
Yeah, so I still don't see how it's going to all pan out, but just by doing all the research, it's funny, when we first bought the business, we looked around for things that are comparable, and we really never found anything. Mm-hmm. And now there are a few, but it seems like the larger ones, the ones that really have scale, have gone to buying and restoring and selling the furniture and really not doing
retail almost, or wholesale.
Yes, as opposed to doing it to the existing customer. So probably because it takes the customer out of the loop, and that's kind of nice sometimes.
Well, also think about for fellas, you go to the restroom that has the urinal that does like the no flush and the bacterial stuff, and then the big placard that saves like 10,000 gallons of water a month, or whatever the hell it is, right? There's that environmental green element of business.
That's definitely.
That you could say, this beautiful interior is provided by, we've stopped. We've we've saved this many trees, and we've stopped this much stuff from going to a landfill, we've done this, you know, you can quantify that in a nice black, but there's probably an angle there.
Yeah.
There are people who will pay you just as much for used as they would for new if they also get the social good.
Yes.
Right?
Well, there's,
That's the angle, some of the companies that are doing that. There's one in Chicago that had a really nice whole display, and that was sort of one of their main focuses, was doing that.
so on the hike, Patrick Marcus was on the hike, and he told me about an app called Mileage IQ, or Miles IQ. You heard about it? It's a mileage tracker, and he was telling me the story to be able to share in future conversations like this around the importance of the user experience, and how you can solve an important problem, a hard problem, and you could do it in a brilliant way. He's someone who never buys apps. He said he spent like $2 in the entire time that he's had a smartphone on an app. He spent a $60 a year subscription for the first time ever on this, because it tracks all of your driving, and in a really simple way, just says, was this business or not? And just super straightforward, simple. But it also tells you how many tax dollars you just earned by swiping, yes, this was business, right?
Nice.
And so it gets to the gamification, right? But it's getting in front of you and telling you your value, right? And so the signage thing, right? The signage thing is, we don't want to make this a hidden, you know, not this value could be very easily hidden and not transparent. We want to make it part of our brand. We want to make it part of our growth strategy. We want to make it something that you value. We're targeting people who see this as value, and we're going to push it in front of you and in front of everything we do. This is what we are. We save this, you know, this much carbon by the manufacturing processes that we didn't use to make this much plastic is, you know, kept out of recycle. Like you put that kind of model in front of you.
There's really interesting angles there too, because when you're replacing the furniture at a location with this new setup, you're taking the old furniture too, right? And so there's not only the option for you to rework that for resale that's quality enough, but there's also the option of, well, you can pay a little bit more as a tax revenue perhaps to the school, and we'll redo the furniture and donate to the school, and give you, this is what we did with these students in this school with your old furniture, right? So I'm getting new furniture, but I'm getting all these pluses for me at the same time, right? I save the environment. These are all of our old furniture went to the Imago Day Middle School, and here's the kids using our task chairs, you know, that kind of stuff. Right? Because there are businesses out there that they will pull the trigger for that reason. Yeah. And that's before we get into the design of like, you guys, there's a company in Brooklyn that does nothing but picks up the wood from old water towers, those old water towers on top of the rooftops, the wooden ones they used to have when you had your own water supply in every apartment building, and reclaims it for use in office buildings. And so the wood is going to go to the landfill. They just throw it on the street. The city's supposed to pick it up. But these guys have this network where they get a phone call when it happens. They go pick up all this really beautiful old timber, kiln dry it, shave it down, and immediately becomes this high dollar thing for offices, right? Because it's old reclaimed wood. It has that air of authenticity.
You're talking about the companies that what they do is they're resellers of this, you know, arbitraging.
They're kind of covering all the angles. They'll buy your furniture, and then they're going to refurbish it and sell it. So they're almost like a CarMax in a way, because they are, you know, they'll take your furniture. And
well, you're in a position to do that, right? And we talked about your thought being warehouses and buying furniture, and when Tony and I talked about it later, it was you may, as part of this, consume much more furniture than you immediately know what to do with, but that's one of the ways you outlet it. You know, you don't run around gathering college furniture off the street. You get yourself a channel, and then you repurpose it and make money on it in 3 different ways. Right. So I think that there's definitely I think we found the new novel idea. Assuming that there's the capacity for.
It's an interesting thing to go test.
Exactly.
Disruption. Who else? You're first, and then
So I just got back from a conference with 600 moms, bloggers, biggest influencers in the country, and it was really interesting to talk to a million of them. And the one thing that they kept saying is that they all, they would say, "What is your company? What do you do?" And you do the introduction. And I got this confirmation that they inspire compassion in children, and they all felt good about that. As I started to dig deeper and ask questions, there was concern about how they teach their children that. and that the messaging is correct. And then, you know, I was kind of starting to put that together with our discussions regarding psychology and the therapeutic piece of it. It was kind of all starting, light bulbs were starting to go off. And so I don't know exactly what's disrupting in the industry because I don't know that this exists in our industry.
You're not disrupting the therapeutic or the educational toy market as much as you're disrupting the craft kit market. There are lots of craft kits out there.
Right.
Lots of people can sell, here's a kit for your kids.
Right.
But to disrupt that industry, you can't just compete with here's a kit for your kids.
Right.
So I think this whole therapeutic educational, that is partially disruptive.
That is, okay.
The other part
That's
is,
what
and
I'm
I talked with your partner, this is kind of the other side of the coin from STEM education.
Right.
Which is very hard skills focused.
Right.
And so, you know, Justin buys a robot for JJ because he's hoping JJ will learn robotics, right?
Right.
Even though Justin has the ability to maybe teach him that with an engineering background, it's also, there's a bunch of people out there who aren't like Justin, like me.
Right.
Like, okay, I'm going to buy this for my kid through osmosis, maybe Junior will be smarter, right? But there's the soft side, right? I don't know how to teach this, so I'm going to buy this for my kid because through osmosis, maybe my kid won't be a jerk.
Right.
Like, it's like, how does Junior not grow up and be a jerk? Well, here's a credit card, let's try that, right?
Yeah. And that's what I kept hearing.
Yeah.
How do you,
Make the pain go away, one easy button for raising children.
Yeah.
You don't really have it, but you can sell it.
And I kept hearing too that they just didn't, they don't want to scare their kids.
Yeah.
They just didn't know the right way to go about doing it. Right.
What are the, do you have a collection of, what I would want to know is what are the moments or the pain points or the situations, circumstances that I want these lessons, these are the top priorities for lessons.
Okay.
In
We
these
talked
areas.
about that in the interview, that people aren't going to search for teach my kids compassion. They're going to teach, like, how do I teach my child to share?
Yeah.
How do I teach my child to get along with his sister? How do I teach my child to, like,
But
That's the
getting the
point of
comprehensive
describing
list of those
the acute
keywords through your
things,
interviews, right? Like, what are the lessons that we want out of our kids?
You get asked, like, do you think that parents do a good job of teaching their children to share? Other parents. This is one of the things we talked about in the interview process. In our discussion with the interview process, you have to be careful what you ask about your own parenting experience. It's easier to let you project on other parents, right? So what do you find challenges as a parent to teach? What do you think other parents are bad at teaching their kids? Because I don't want to tell you.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
Yes, that's exactly it.
Yeah.
You gotta get around it.
Because as parents, we all look around and go, what are they thinking?
Right.
Right?
That was raising these children.
Yeah, that's it. That unlocks it.
Right.
People will talk with that.
Yeah, and they'll eventually work back to what their
What
concerns
was
are.
that statement you said?
So what do you think other parents are bad at teaching their children, like when it comes to sharing or teamwork or
And,
behavior?
but you want to get a diversity of people because if you will, different people know different other kinds of people. And I suspect there's a pattern. People I know that they have, I'm going to hear a certain pattern of good behaviors and bad behaviors. So you need a wider distribution to be able to
Yeah,
figure
you
out.
talk to people at Startup Weekend, they're gonna be like, well, I think parents are terrible teaching their kids about risk taking and
Right.
problem solving. Whereas we go with where I grew up, we're like, what do you think people are bad at teaching their kids? They don't teach them no damn respect. Like that's what's gonna be
Yeah.
right?
It's different.
It's a different socioeconomic bracket, different mindset.
Right.
The other thing is that I would be curious about secondary research. So what is the research in the field around parenting? What are the hard lessons that parents, where there's sort of a industry challenge? How do we get our society's kids to, I'm sure there's, early childhood education research around what's important.
This was another
Emotional development for kids.
This was another one-on-one session where we did a decision matrix around segments to pursue because it's hard to make a lot of money onesie-twosies at a time.
Right.
It's easier to make money if you buy into a program that helps you as the child ages. It's even easier to make money selling to camps.
Right.
It's even easier to make money selling to therapists and people who have health dollars to spend, right?
Okay.
You'd rather be shipping pallets
Right.
than you would be shipping kids, right? So we have to decide with these segments, we got to figure out what the pain is for the segments and then how do we disrupt. And we start with the one that's the fastest way, the lowest hanging fruit for large margin dollars, right?
This is how we ended up at the talk with therapists.
Yeah.
Build games that solve
They had
our
a
problems.
good interview with the therapist that came up in the discussion. Really
Yeah.
eye-opening. So, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
How often does this process just feel overwhelming to people when we do this to you? We just throw stuff at you over and over again?
I think it's energizing more than
It's not overwhelming? We just
Feels
like
like
dump
it.
10 things, and I see this pattern over and over again where we have like here's 7 things that we think are great ideas.
It's not.
Your job is to go figure it out. Yeah. Okay. Okay, good.
I think it's a little unfair because we've been doing this now for 2 years.
Yeah.
So for 2 years, all we do every day is shift gears from company to company to company. Like how do we?
Yeah.
Right. So that's the mindset.
This is the optimal job for someone with ADD.
You're right. Yeah, well, yeah.
How do you think I ended up in this role?
I was wondering about your background.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the only education.
Traumatic
really
mental illness.
Really, Kristen, you want to introduce your-
Oh, sure. This is Patrick Shaw. Patrick
I'm not
is,
good at these.
yeah, Patrick Shaw, he's an intern. He's a student at University of Arizona. He's been working with us for 6 months.
Yeah.
Okay, and Patrick's doing a lot of everything. He's business development. He's doing all our social media.
Yep.
Um,
Marketing, product development. I've helped on business development, just about everything.
Excellent.
What's your role at the event? What year and what program?
I was mechanical engineering.
Okay.
Didn't work out too well. My goal was to start a company out of college, so I figured a business degree would work.
Yeah.
So now I'm pursuing accounting.
Great. I was an engineering undergrad, and I have a T-shirt that, from when I was in engineering student council that said the limit of ENGR as BPA approaches 0 equals as GPA approaches 0 equals business administration. So there's it's like 2 or 3 people.
Yes.
Everybody laughs politely, and there's like 2 or 3 people are like, "What the hell did you say?"
Yeah, no.
There's a lot of
Or you could be like me.
contention between business and engineering.
Absolutely.
I went into college and said, what's the fastest way to get out of a degree without having to work that hard?
Yeah.
Communication.
That's
Me and every football player, like, what do you study? Communication. Well, that's gonna work out well.
I heard this one guy said PE, right, on an
Yeah.
interview, and so they said physical education. He's like, no PE. He didn't know that.
Okay. You got a degree? I have no idea.
That's
All right, so Francisco. Go ahead.
All right. Yes, my name is Francisco Malera, and I was struggling, still am, on this whole chamber, right, nonprofit. A good exercise for me was to do the numbers, and it's unrealistic to say we're going to open 250 chambers. Okay?
That's the $25 million.
Because that's part of the goal,
Yeah,
which, you know.
right.
All right,
Well,
fine.
that's with the existing economic.
And it's good to have those goals to really start thinking of how to disrupt. I had a great meeting with Tony on Thursday. Threw a lot at me, right? But I was in the midst of writing a grant, so I put it in the incubation pile. The grant was done, whatever. So over the last 2 nights, I really kind of interviewed myself, okay, and kind of thought of what is out there. And Tony gave me the example of the mattress factory, and we said the chamber is really an old model that's ripe for disruption. So I'm thinking, okay, let's think about this. And then I turned to other models, okay? We're saying chamber in a box. I think the real thing is chamber in a big box. If I wanted to go and learn about outdoors, if I had an interest, or fly fishing or anything, where would I go? Where would I be successful? Think big box, think Cabela's, think Bass Pro Shop.
Lots of options, lots of actions.
Oh my good, but exciting, okay, where people network, where people go to learn because they have conference centers, they have, where you can talk about signage, a big board, opportunities, you know, people mingling, a cafe where you do the mixer, you bring, so it's almost like a non-member chamber. It's really a retail store, but with a lot of things. You can make a lot of money with financial, they have credit cards, you know, they have online sales. I just took some numbers. Cabela's $865 million a year, okay? Total stores, 75 in 35 states. We don't have one here, but we know about it. We see things. I'm thinking, would that work for a chamber? Okay, I don't know a lot of fly fishers, but they're out there. But I know a lot of business people. Everywhere I go, people want to start businesses like us. I think we could all take advantage of something like this. The books, the clothing, so many products that pertain to business, technology, you know, and then you have vendors and things like that. But I think it would be fantastic. Of course, this is a Disneyland. right? Cabela's for outdoors. So how do you make a Disneyland type thing a destination? And that's key, the destination. I like big box stores, and I find every time I go in, it's like I have to go, but I have to come out with stuff. I don't come out empty-handed, right? Because it's part of it is getting there. It's a half a day thing, so there's a little bit of investment in your time and effort, so you're going to take advantage of whatever's there. But if it's exciting and people are there helping you, and you have a section for beginners, startups, something for innovation, second floor, I see it really big. Don't know where the money's going to be to start that, but it could be something disruptive, a big change for business people. I haven't seen anything like that. I compared, okay, so what's different between that and Office Max? That's very different. Or Office Depot. That's just the store. You go wander around, do your own thing, but nobody's really there to help you, to show you. It isn't exciting. It isn't.
So are you thinking,
fun.
When you say big box, are you thinking product, or are they services, training,
Both.
education, both?
Both. When you walk in and you know you're there, it's a big open chamber for business, and you're going to go in and do business. We have a few people at the chamber that just hang around the chamber. It's a very boring place at our chamber, but there's a big conference. They hang out because people come and they're there. We have some events, and they're almost like always there, and so, well, this could be it. You have a coffee shop, you can do some networking, big thing, but you walk in there with the intent of, let's do commerce, and I'll walk out with some books, maybe a tie, maybe a computer, I'll meet people, you set up conference calls. Once you have 2 or 3 of these things, you can put the big screen talking. If there's a ribbon cutting, you can film it. Seriously, I think all these things.
There's a lot of assumptions we can test around that.
Yeah.
And we can also interview around that, right? So,
Yeah.
So as you continue the customer interviews, trying to dig down to the why people, what you're really getting, throw out the idea of a chamber. Don't even ask.
Right.
Chamber, right? What do you do when you want to learn about business? What do you do when you want to get products for business? What do you hate about that? What do you hate about training? What do you hate about buying things? What do you hate about whatever? All of those different, finding credit cards and loans.
It's the easy button that you said. I want the easy button. And to me, that's easy. It's like, I want to start, I go there. I'm experienced, I go there. We bring in, I want to hear speakers, they're there. So anytime you have an expo, people get booths and people walk around. And so it's like, why not have a permanent one where you're open early?
So there's a model. They had the expo center that I went in about 5-10 years ago, and it was a pop-up retail inside an expo center that I think was pretty cheap. It was a little bit like a mall. There's another model of this that I've seen pitched to me as part of what they're going to do with the Chicago Music Store. It's going to be booths inside, so it's almost like a flea market in a sense. I could picture like something you're talking about is an active business center like that that's got a bunch of little things going on in it, but that what you wrap around it is service support, events, programming. Right? Does that make sense?
It is, but it's it isn't necessarily every day there's a booth that you can rent. I think it would be mostly internal, and you have vendors and you negotiate the price. So you're making money off of everything in
That's
there.
a completely different direction than one you can test. So
Yeah,
that's good.
all right,
That's what we're looking for. Completely different direction than we can test, right?
Right.
Something new and interesting to test. All right, go.
Well, we did our interviews. We did 10 interviews, but it was hard to, I don't know how we don't really feel like we discovered anything of them. I don't know if we're just not thinking deep enough.
What did you discover that you feel isn't new? What did you hear?
Well, one thing is it's hard to really, we looked for girls in our demographics, psychographics, I guess, but, it's hard to find somebody that had gone to beauty school or thought about going, to know.
Sure.
There's many people that were thinking. One of them had actually gone, so that was just coincidental.
Well, it wasn't totally coincidence. You picked the psychographic.
But I don't know. We just asked them about their post-secondary experience and things like that. But I don't know. Do you feel like
There weren't any really like aha.
I know we were hoping for like
For the people who had never thought about beauty school, you talked about education in general. And what percentage of them are like, I'm going to college, or I have to
A good portion, I'd say, because we talked to 10 people, so.
Where did you go?
To the mall.
To the mall, okay.
Did you find out why college? Why did they think? Why were they looking?
I don't know that we asked that, but we'd asked why they chose the school that they chose. But I don't know, I guess we didn't ask why.
Your target audience is people refusing college, or people, well, I don't, who are maybe have tried college and are wanting to try something different. Is
No,
that?
not necessarily. They're,
I mean, there may be people who graduated,
Right.
whatever, but I mean, but if you're kind of looking at college as an audience, right, the people who are thinking about going to college, they're either going to be the ones that are on their way in, or they're the ones who have decided that this isn't for me, right? Because, I mean, there's another audience of ones that they're past all of this. How do you find the audience? Because you can just go to a big open space and get a lot of people. How do you find, where do you go to find the audience of people who are disgruntled with college, with that
or didn't
part?
go.
Or didn't go?
Job.
Where?
Job fair.
Job fair, yeah, and certain kinds of job fairs, not the
Yeah, I
UA
mean, not the
career
high
fair,
tech,
but
like
yeah.
business job fair.
No, that's a really good idea. Yeah.
But if you go to a job fair that's, got lots of different kind of, entry level to mid-tier kind of jobs that are probably pursuing people who don't have college degrees. There's a bunch of people who didn't go to college.
What about the employment centers? So like the county employment centers.
There's also, I also think it's important to try to get down to a lot of the kids who are making a decision to go to college right now are going because they're told us what they have to do. And they don't have any idea as to why they're actually going or what their intent is, and they may be heading in the wrong direction. A lot of folks that I went to high school with who went to college for sure just learned it well because they love it and they would make a lot more money than whatever job they're stuck in. Right? And my buddy who dropped out of high school who learned it well is now making more money than I do on a pipeline. Right? He's happy as a kid. But so there's this idea of what the point of this process is. My daughter, who's at NAU, who transferred to U of A, I keep saying, what do you want to major in? She says, I think media. I said, just drop out and be a drinking problem. I can show you how to be media, right? Why go to college for that? I'm really supportive today. Some of us don't need an easy button for parenting. We have big
All we need to do is kick. If we kick.
Right. Life will continue to punch you in the teeth until you take a swing back. That's my theory. So you got to just take a few of those on the chin and figure it out. But there's this why when you keep those kids like, I'm going to Pima, I'm going to U of A. Why? What's your plan? What do you want to do? Why did you decide that? How did you get to that? Because understanding that decision process, it's going to be easier to capture the right kind of student earlier in the process, right? And you almost want to go into high schools and career day and offer this kind of stuff, right? So that people who are thinking like, I don't have any choices. Again, when I was growing up in a very small town, your choices were, if you were, an A student, was doctor, lawyer, banker. That was it. Like that was, what do you want to do? Those are your three options. So everyone you said, what do you want to do? Well, I'd like to be a doctor. I'd like to be a lawyer. There's many other things you can do in this world, but in a small town, we didn't know about.
What do we? So there's messaging, right? Which is one of the things you can learn out of this. What else are you trying to learn out of it? Interviewing for what end? Other than homework deliverable.
Check in the box.
Is it for identifying a narrower audience? Is it for identifying the size of the audience? Is it for understanding broadly the problems that people are unhappy with in terms of education? Is it people who have considered, like, do you need to be qualifying people into it, before you're really getting into what they're asking for? That'll be driven by what are you trying to accomplish with the interviews?
All right, so let's pivot to a different version of that. We're asking about what's disruptive, so let's set the interviews down for a second from your thinking about the business, the competitiveness of beauty schools, for example. Is there some idea you want to experiment around to disrupt the normal model? So you're not just competing with.
Well, I think when I opened it, my idea was to not have you like typical setting, have it more of a spa atmosphere. So
Okay.
trying to disrupt it from the get-go.
Do you feel that that's been disrupted so far? Are you taking market share from other beauty schools, or have you just gotten a new kind of student?
I think we have.
Okay.
I think people are impressed when they come in.
I mean, a lot of our prospective students really like the idea that we focus on just aesthetics versus that just being within a beauty school. I mean, a lot of our prospective students say that.
They say that they like the atmosphere, or they like that it's only
No,
aesthetic.
that we're focused on just one area versus the other beauty schools that
They have to learn everything. The other ones.
Well,
No,
not necessarily, but they'll have an aesthetics program within a cosmetology school.
Yeah.
So it's not their main focus.
So then the people you're wanting to hear from are either people who are or aspire to be, who have clarity that being an esthetician is their vision.
Right, and that's why we were having a hard.
They don't want to search, they don't want to learn, they don't want to be in an environment where they see all these other things. They know what they want.
Right.
So that defines your customer archetype, at least hypothetically, right? Which is why I was pushing on is the mall and the interviewing, the right, what's the question you're trying to, and if it's, will people interested in beauty school, what percentage of them know that being an esthetician is what they want, and at what size is that market? What are the complaints that they have about the opportunities? What we are about their existing opportunities? What gaps are out there that I can go take advantage of? What messaging do they want to hear? Once you've got that clarity, then everything, the question of why are you doing this suddenly falls into place, right? Does that help?
There's definitely an assumption that we're going to have to test that there is a significant portion of the potential student body that cares about learning this and this in this way. And that's a really hyper-segmented chunk of the market. So we have to figure out if that chunk of the market is something that, from a pursuable market size standpoint, and market penetration standpoint, can yield the outcome we want. Right?
So what is the size of the esthetician training graduate market? How many are in the marketplace today working professionally? How many graduate from schools with that license every year? Right. If that's the framework for growth, what does that add up to what you want it to become? And I suspect it does, just based on the fact that there's going to be a school like yours in most cities. But what is the ultimate potential of it?
All right, quickly, because we should have Ashley right at 10. We think.
Okay.
Well, that's what we said last week. So let's see if he remembers that. Mark,
I will text him in advance.
From the customer interviews and just really doing some hard kind of diving deep into what I thought before. The honesty and transparency. I should check that just this book. The model that we're using now is probably not going to work. Just like the whole JCPenney thing, people like the thrill of the chase, and I think
The JCPenney thing?
we talked about the JCPenney pricing model failing miserably. Like transparent pricing doesn't work.
people like to see discounts and things that are cut, and so and I've also realized there's a lot of competition with even though it's a growth area, there's still a lot of competition, and people just going over trying over the same ground with saying, oh, we're master sounds, we're curating this wine for you, let us find the best deals. And then in meeting with you, Justin, you mentioned one thing about embedding in the warehouse, and then Tony, you mentioned another thing when we had lunch about Massdrop, and that really struck a chord, and I started to research that.
About what?
Massdrop.com, basically, the community, they'll have a couple options, whether it's headphones, bespoke notepads, leather goods. We'll have these categories, and then they let the group select what to, you vote on what should become the next Massdrop. And so once the vote, then the item gets listed. So then that happens, and then say it's a group of notepads. Then if they'll basically say, if 40 people buy this item, then the price will hit $40. And then if another 30 people, it'll keep going down. So
Oh, I
basically,
see.
the community,
Groupon
the community groups.
incentives and cents for buying.
Well, it's a hoard price negotiation tool, right? You send the hoard in at the door and you say, we want these notebooks and we want them for 20% bulk of retail.
Mhm.
But I've got 100 people ready to buy right
Yeah,
now.
I see.
Right? But you don't pull the trigger until the group is agreed to buy and plug the credit card.
So everyone's on the same team. Everyone's trying to, band together to get the price to go down, as opposed to eBay or other things where you're driving it up. Or like Last Bottle, where they're just like, this is what we've got. This is the price.
Yes.
There's no gamification of it. It's just like, hey, it's running out.
And there's no social element, which is like with my team or my group of people that love this.
Yeah.
It's funny because I actually was like, out of the long sleep last night, at this logo popped in my head for wine hoard, and it's barbarian with a glass of wine. Like, we're all at the door, we're all at the gates, and we want the wine for cheap.
That's hilarious.
I was like, that's what it is. It's a hoard. It's like the Vikings showed up. They're like, hey, look, there's 100 of us. We want the wine.
We want that.
Right?
And, yeah.
It'd be a shame if something happened to your castle.
I've talked to some other people in the industry, and I think that trying to get out at the low end of the market, like $10, $20 bottles that may be difficult with the margins, and I think that it's probably better to focus on wine that's a little bit nicer, but still going with special wines that we believe in. So we're still curating it. The only wines that we would let people vote on and choose to become a match, to become a drop, would be wines that we're curating from the beginning. So we're not just letting people, nominate anything. So
Right.
we're basically, we would be pre-negotiating with the wholesaler. If we embedded in the wholesaler's warehouse, we would say, how much of this do you have on hand? Oh, you got to clear out this allocation. You've only got 20 cases left. Okay. Well, what would you give us if we clear out 10 of those cases? What would you give us if we clear out all 20? Right. So then we pre-negotiate the drop, and then we don't have to none of our inventory gets dusty because we don't have to sit on it.
Right.
We only buy what gets committed to.
Right.
So I don't know. I'm really interested in looking at this right now. The downside is that you have to wait longer, because with mass drop you have to wait 3 to 4 weeks for the item to clear the drop, and then the auction's like 7 days, and then it's going to take longer to process. But I wonder if we could cut that down, that ship time, because the minute say it's a 3-day auction, and then we process it in 1 day, and everyone gets the next 3 days around processing. Yeah. So
the reason we brought that when we were having lunch was it's interesting to see how do you build business models where you take this lean experimentation that we're going to learn. We say, how do I apply that to my entire business model? Because I don't buy anything until it's already sold, right? I sell it before you do some of that. Right?
Well,
You sell things before you have them because you know you buy them.
Right. That's what we're doing with the wine club right now. That's everything is pre-bought, and then we don't sit on any inventory. Nothing gets bought it's not already sold.
So interesting. Cool. So there's a lot of stuff we can test there. Ben.
I don't know how disruptive this is, and I'm still looking for a good idea, possibly. But I was talking to a friend about the idea of taking a test group of, either prospects or my clients, and saying, all right, I'm going to put together a campaign, or maybe I even do it to promote myself, to get them to buy into the effectiveness of a campaign, to demonstrate its effectiveness. But then basically say, all right, I'm giving you $5,000 worth of consulting here to make a really effective marketing campaign that will deliver measurable results. And if it hits this results, then I'll charge you for it. And if it doesn't, then you don't get charged for it.
Wow, you're betting to,
And because I don't think hardly anybody charges for the consulting side of promotional product stuff
based on success.
in this.
It's a promise of success.
You're right.
Yeah. Well, it reduces uncertainty.
Right.
And
Definitely
based on the business owners, you took your hand up and said, I don't do any
dramatically
marketing.
Yeah.
But we talked this morning. I just want you to think about something. We talked this morning about how advertising agencies don't want to team up with you because their clients don't expect to have to pay an agency to buy the product.
Right.
Well, I always try to invert things, right? So instead of you being attached to an advertising agency, you become the I do this promotional products, but this is the advertising agency model. I've got all I not only buy these, but I can have my agency negotiate your broadcast rates or whatever. Right? So that's the kind of the consulting package you're talking about. And we really need to think about that again, coming back to, I know you've got a promotional products business that you built, that you bought, that you're building.
Right.
But what are the problem that that product is solving? And what are the 50 different ways that that problem can be solved? Because you're in the business of solving that problem, not in selling promotional products.
Right.
Right? So it's really understanding, that's probably one of the arrows in the quiver, but what's the full quiver look like? You know, to be the person who solves that problem for businesses.
And I'll tell you, the thing that I just run into is that we are, you know, I bring strategy into the equation when I'm talking with my customers and finding the right product and new stuff that you were talking about, and potentially some different, you know, ways in which to drive traffic and have a call to action and that kind of stuff. But I've seen a couple of really, really comprehensive campaigns that I would love to build on a continual basis, and I run into a creative block, and I don't know how to get past that. And I've sat down with my team and written all over a whiteboard and all this kind of stuff. So
Call Mark and get a couple bottles of wine.
yeah.
Flow right through it. Then you look at the whiteboard and go, what did I write down? That makes no sense.
What's the creative block? What are you referring to? Tell me about it. I thought there was gonna be more to what you were saying, so.
We can identify target markets. You know, there's actually a formula that I pulled from somebody else that is basically like, you know, if you start off with an idea of a campaign, you want to have a goal first. You have a target audience. You come up with a theme, something that's going to wrap the whole thing all together. You have a distribution method. How's it going to be distributed, whether it be by mail or in person or whatever. You know, what's the budget, and then finally, what's the item? Not starting with an item and saying, here's how you give it away. But I've seen some really cool things where that have been put together. You know, this is an old one, but a car dealership sends out, is asking for somebody, you know, at a foreign print or something like that to make keychains for them. Somebody at foreign print is going to say what color and how many. But somebody in my shoes would say, well, what are you going to use them for?
Right.
And
Absolutely.
if you get into that conversation, you say, well, why don't you send that keychain out with a key and tell people if you come into the dealership on this date that we're going to have a chance for you to win something if your key turns something. Yeah. And out of the 1,000 keychains and keys that you sent out, 50 people showed up, and we did 20 test drives that sold 4 cars worth $140,000.
Does that not exist as a model within your, I don't know what the rest of Safeguard's franchise, right? Or it's something similar.
Yeah.
So does anybody else in this space do that sort of value add? Because it's similar discussion of the furniture, right? It's you're adding the layer of design, creative thinking, of course. Is that standard, non-standard?
It's non-standard. It's very rare, but it's been done, and I've seen examples of it.
Is it not done because it doesn't over the long term work? People don't actually want you to brainstorm with them when they call you. You're getting them at the wrong time in their decision-making process, and you're going to need.
There's a couple of those factors involved.
Okay.
I think that there's just not the demonstrated, ability that companies like mine have either figured out or shown to their customers that they can do.
So one of the things I would recognize out of that is if I'm calling you and asking for something, and you're pushing me way backwards in my thought process, I'm now, you're pushing me days ago, and I'm ready to give you colors.
Yeah.
It feels like a waste of my time at that moment. I'd be afraid of that. Like that would be something I would want to, assess. Which means the theory might be respect for time is a critical part of being able to do something like this. So can you eat earlier, or if that's the moment that you know these people, and so earlier is almost impossible, then can you bring to them a product that ignites this in a way that doesn't feel time-threatening, right? Oh, interesting. Let me ask you, are you in front of your computer? Can you go here? Here's a thing you do in 45 seconds while we're on the phone that puts them in the position, the mindset they need to be in to expand the conversation. And maybe you don't execute on it now because you are where you are, but you use that as a lead gen for their next phone call to start earlier in their sales cycle.
Well, and that's what the position that I want to hold is I want to be able to reach out or have them reach out to me 6 months in advance and saying, this is what we want to try and do down the road. Let's really build something.
Campaign management,
Not, oh my God, I got a thing coming up in next week and I need,
So who's the decider of marketing campaign management, and how do you become that for them? Because then you own the pipeline and deal flow.
Yeah, I mean,
when do you need
it's
to
either
be-
the business owner or the HR manager if it's an employee retention rewards type of campaign, or it's an HR manager that's doing a wellness campaign that's trying to get people on board with exercising, or it's a marketing manager that's pushing out, what are we going to do for our next drive to get people in the door?
Is there a gap in the market for small business owners who can't afford agencies and don't have the competency to be strategic? That
All day.
And if you build the low cost, streamlined, easy button for marketing strategy that no one else wants, because you're able to, you're going, because it's not the $20,000 contract. It's the $80 or $100 package, but that there's something.
$500 for 4 hours, and we come in with 3 people.
Yeah.
And come develop 3 campaigns for you.
Yeah, we're just like
on the fly.
hyper efficient in this process.
Right.
Right.
You'll come in for 4 hours and talk to me and come up with 3 things I can do to move forward. Right.
And then how do you eliminate the waste and inefficiencies of the creative agencies who at the scale that they're at won't work for you? So it's kind of the Smith and Dale model.
Yeah.
Right. Where Smith and Dale nonprofit fundraising, they get calls all the time. They can't serve them because they need
people
$50,000 contracts, not $50 phone calls. So how do you look at the problem in the same way that you do?
And maybe the $50 phone call is not, because somebody who can't afford $500 or $1,000 for you to spend a half a day with them with a creative team can't afford to buy your products. True. So you need to pre-filter for people who can be pushed to other parts of the business, right?
Yeah.
So if you're so small as a business and you're so cash strapped, you can't afford X, you're never going to afford Y.
Right.
Well,
So-
what's the indicator? How low can you go and make it an indicator, right?
So
If I can spend $1,000 a day, I can spend $5,000 a product.
yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is also, we talked about this before, sweat equity, and you alluded to that. I'm no promise. I'm a small business, but if we make a campaign and you promise that we're going to make 100K at the end, I'll give you the 50 or the 20.
Right.
I mean, very few companies are willing to put that sweat equity, but it would reduce the uncertainty for the small business.
And I think the challenge is always that, because I've been in those situations before, I agree to that if I'm confident you will execute what I give you.
Correct.
Right.
Absolutely.
And rarely am I confident the business owner will execute what they give me.
Right. That's your filter.
I mean, it does require a lot of times follow
Yeah.
on their part to close deals.
So the thing that I think just came out of this with your feedback, like you would buy that. I don't know whether it's real, but what we're searching for in this conversation is a problem we're solving, right? And maybe we found an idea for one. But I wanted to stop and kind of recognize that we talked about it in terms of the solution, but really the aha was, oh, that's a consistent problem.
Yeah.
I bet that's something worth working on.
There's
And then
there's
we'll
a
spend
gap.
more time trying to figure out how to build the solution. That's the experimentation. That's the next step, right? What is the right solution? But the hardest thing for all the students at the university, for the startups that come through the incubator program, you guys have an advantage over, is they have no idea what problems to work on. They just don't. Like particularly college students, all they know is campus. Like that's all they know. They want how to find dates better. Like that's
Right. Yeah.
that's about it, right?
How do I find people
Cheaper
to hang out
beer,
with? Right.
more accessible dates.
We have to talk to Austin.
All right.
So.
I might not be able to get you. I barely have a voice right now.
Uh-oh.
So in my area, and I hear this every time I talk to my customers, right? It's being able to offer a high level of engineering support for what they might not be. Most of those small and medium-sized companies can't afford that type of a program. They can't afford to bring in somebody who has maybe a Six Sigma training, or somebody that can walk them through processes. We're starting out earlier in the design stage and looking at a product from a producibility standpoint. They're just trying to get the product done and get it to market. But if they make the change earlier enough and they had a $20 product with, let's say, it cost them $15 to make it, and they wholesale it for 20. If I come in and I make some tweaks that don't change form, fit, or function, and they can make it for $11.25, they want that value, but they're not sure how if I'm going to be able to deliver, right? So how do you charge for that, right? And that's the expertise thing, and it's basically just them investing in what I say I'm capable of doing.
So we can, I'm going to talk because you need to rest that voice. I know you're a turn. But we can, you and Ben and Brian are all in a similar situation in that you've got a commodity that you're moving, which is engineering, the actual machining. But you can integrate the expertise so that the expertise becomes the thing that gets you the machining gig, right? It's kind of like what we're talking
so far.
Yeah.
And it's not all that easy to work that angle.
Yeah.
Okay, because I've got to be able to step in and get, like right now, I'm working my ass off to get this mode contract, and 2016 is worth nothing. It's worth $4,000.
Right.
Next year it's worth 80. The year after 130.
Right.
And it's one piece on a CAD scan machine. There's 100 other pieces that I could easily be machining in there. So that $100,000 could easily be $3.5 million a year. But I can't get in the door on producibility. They have engineers, right? And I've worked with their engineers. Their engineers are focused on delivering a solution to their customers, Siemens. I'm not focused on delivering a solution. I'm focusing on the cost reduction of a product and the producibility evaluation of a product and giving them some savings.
So Brian has an interesting analog to what you're doing in that he talks to these regional telephone companies. And these telephone companies have in-house people who are setting up their systems. But what the owner of the telephone company says is, I have in-house people, but I don't know that they're doing it right. I want a third-party check. It's like an audit, right? I can't afford a really expensive one, but I can afford something that seems like it's a pretty good deal, which is you're charging a fee to come in and do, hey, we're doing a cost-out producibility audit. That's what we do. And it's for a product that's got a budget of $50 million, it's only $1,000 or whatever, right? So you're like, wow, that's kind of a no-brainer. Whatever that number is, that's not too low to be crazy, but not even remotely high. So they pay Brian to come in and say, these are all the pieces of equipment you have. These ones are prone to fail. If you switch this one out, you'd save money, and there's this error over here. But then he's the guy who provides the products, right? But it's not a free service. It's a paid service that doesn't trigger what's the catch, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
It's the same kind of thing with you. If you can figure out, instead of talking about being the people who machine it, the person who for a reasonable amount of money comes in and saves me a bunch of money or does an audit, does just a third-party check to mitigate risk, right? Because all these owners, even at the end of the day, I'm gonna have a whole engineering staff, but as a marketing consultant, all day long when I work with other clients, I go in and sit down and tell the boss exactly what his marketing department has been telling them for months. But because I'm an outside expert, he listens to me, right? Because he just wants another set of eyes. So it sounds like you're trying to pursue that, and we just have to figure out how that gets packaged by talking to the customers to get when they would pull the trigger, when they wouldn't pull the trigger.
So far, the angle of the entrance has been the ability to produce the products, and like in the case for these guys, they're willing to sign off on no quality control. But that's just ludicrous for that side.
Right.
But it's because of my background is willing to sign off on that. If I was just a machine shop with my level of machining equipment, they never do that. So it's the product I'm getting in on. It has nothing to do with it.
So the question is, they're willing to sign off with no quality control. Does it make sense in your business model to have the quality control?
Yeah, and we're happy to.
Okay.
Right, but the equipment's not there for this first 15 units or whatever.
Sure.
Right? No, it's not there. And I told you it wouldn't be here until 2017. So tough, you know, we're going to deal.
I'm just trying to figure out how we. Sometimes the thing that's disruptive, like the mattress company, is not the change in the business, it's the change in the wrapper.
Yep.
Right? It's how you get it to market. They're still selling mattresses, and mattresses are still a high margin product, right? But it's the change in, I mean, their billboards in Phoenix right now are mattress companies are cheating you. That's what they say. Like every mattress company is screwing you. You know, don't get taken advantage of. Go to Tufton Needle. And the whole point is, am I being cheated? You go to Tufton Needle, like, wow, this is. I mean, Mattress Firm is a finance company. That's how they make their money. Right? They sell you the mattress on time, and if you do the math, you're like, wow, I'm paying like an 87% APR to buy this mattress that they've marked up 500x, right? Because it's made for cheap. And so Tufton Needle has said, okay, that's how every mattress company works. That can be disruptive. We're going to change the wrapper. I'm still selling a mattress, but I've costed out so the margin's still there, and I'm just dropping these things in the menu. So I'm just trying to find, just like telecommunications, engineering, and machining services is an old industry that can be disruptive. You can adapt one of the new business models, right, to apply a wrapper to it. So that's the space.
3D printing and stuff, right? So that's kind of blowing up pieces.
The rapid prototyping
The
stuff.
rapid prototyping is blowing up pieces, right? How quickly can before you have to have a tens of thousands of dollar advances program to run a simulation analysis. Now you can just make it, test it, make another one, test it, and then make it harder. You don't have to do $100,000 analysis.
Let's get Ashley set up because we got another speaker at 11. So, but I want to keep working around that as you recover your voice. There's an angle there. We just got to dig deep enough into the customer pain to figure out how to leverage it. Do the computer setup? Yeah, all right, let's do it. Well, I do. I should. Let's see if I can do it. I don't just make. How you doing, man? Good to see you. Hey, Justin. How's everyone doing this morning?
Good, so.
Good? Good.
Good morning.
So while we're getting Ashley set up, he'll do his intro of his company, but Ashley's worked with us a bunch of different folks. She is a speaking and presenting coach. And after you all, well, most of you did a presentation last week, and how did y'all feel about that? You felt it was like, awesome, we're ready to go, right? This is a learned skill. It is not something you're born with usually. I don't think there's anyone that's ever been born with it, as far as I know. And really doing this, even if you have a good instinct for talking in front of people, you're kind of a natural performer, you're the class clown, whatever. How to communicate ideas, both in the structure and the narrative arc, and how to do things emotionally. There's a process for that. There's an equation for that, right? You can learn it. It's a system. Ashley teaches that system. So he agrees to come in and help us out every cohort to give you some input on what he does. And if you ever find yourself in a world where you have to do a lot of speaking and you want to coach, he's a guy to talk to, right? He will make you do the push-ups.
I can't do the screen setup.
He will make you do the push-ups until you're ripped for speaking. What?
We're just sort of wouldn't be picked up.
Are you in? Is the HDMI cord plugged in?
Oh.
It's locked. There you go. Boom. All right, so let me turn the, you want to turn the lights off for you?
So you have slides available on the.
That is up to him. If he would like to share them, we can share them. We're outside speakers. It's there. So actually, if you want to share the slides, you can send them. They don't make any sense without me. But that's I do that. I heard. You're not doing this. We go. I only have two options. I think. All on or all out. That's right. I'll get some more. Come on for me. You want the lights on then? Sure. All right. Otherwise, I'll fall asleep. All right. How's everyone doing this morning?
Good, good.
Energy.
Yeah.
Just as excited as we can be on a Saturday morning. We're all in here in this what was a dark room. So I apologize. Last week I was supposed to be here. I don't know if you guys were waiting around for me. I apologize. I had a 1 o'clock on my schedule. They had me down for noon. It's a problem. So anyway, get your schedule right before you go speak. All right. So today we're going to talk about how to pitch your ideas so they inspire action. Okay. Let me start by asking. Whoops. Let's start by screwing this up. Let me start by asking, why do we give presentations? Okay, just call it out.
To inform.
Yeah.
Persuade.
Introduce yourself.
Put yourself in the role of expert.
What else? Why do we pitch? Why do we present?
People take action.
Don't be ready for technical issues. Just be ready to do it without the projector. All right. So what do we hear? To persuade, to sell, to introduce yourself.
To educate.
Pardon?
To educate.
Educate.
To make an ask.
Yeah. Ask. What else? There's no wrong answer, so you can call it whatever you want. Well, so there is no wrong answer. I mean, the way I think about it is when we pitch or we present, we are doing it to share an idea. Okay, we're sharing something that we're passionate about. It could be something really simple. It could be something transformative that's going to change a whole business or a whole industry. Okay, but the point is, it's an idea that we're passionate about. Now, I think oftentimes we don't really think of our ideas as that important. And so I think that's why so many of the presentations we often sit through, we've all been there, are pretty bad. Okay, people are busy, they're doing other things. Oh, I got to do that presentation. Okay, don't underestimate the power of ideas. Okay, we think about ideas and what they can do on the grand scale. Ideas inspire people, groups, nations to do things that nobody ever thought possible. Okay, ideas, simple ideas, when communicated effectively, can transform an industry, transform a business. Think about how we communicate. Think about how technology has influenced our lives in the last 15 years. Those are all little ideas that people were working on. And people built upon them, and they shared them, and they built upon them, and they built upon them, and here we are. Okay, think about when there's injustice. Think about when there's a wrong, and someone sees it and identifies it, and then is able to communicate that effectively to another group of people and rally behind a cause. Tremendous change can happen. Okay, these are all just little ideas someone was passionate about, and they communicated with passion and effectiveness and clarity. Okay, so with that in mind, I just pulled these off Twitter. What's happening to the ideas in this forum when your audience is thinking about what you're talking about in this way? Okay, how many people have sat in a presentation or pitch and felt this way? Well, that's the other side.
Yeah, I read the slides. Yes.
Yeah. Who's been on the other side? I think we've all probably been on both sides, both been guilty of all these things. But given what I was saying before about ideas and what they can do, what's happening to the ideas that are being shared in a format like that, where people are reacting that way? It's dying. It's dead. It's right there on the floor in front of everyone. Okay, and it's terrible. Like I said, it doesn't matter if it's a little idea or a huge idea. It's your idea. People have come there to hear you talk about it. You're the expert. And if you do a crappy job, that idea dies. Doesn't care if it's going to cure cancer, change the world, or feed the hungry, or make you $1 million. It's going to go nowhere. Okay? So instead, I implore you, and I think you should try and adopt this mindset that if you love your idea, regardless of how small or big it is, you share that idea with conviction, with passion. You do your homework. You do the planning. You do some of the things we're going to talk about. And your idea will take root with the people you're speaking to. It'll inspire them to do something, inspire them to take action, call you for a meeting, call you to invest, learn more about the product, learn more about the opportunity. Okay, so pitching and presenting is no small matter. I know a lot of us think about it from the standpoint of, I'm nervous, I'm afraid, I'm going to suck. That's something separate. Think about what you've got, the opportunity, a forum to share your ideas and compel and excite people. Okay, get them as excited as you are. All right, so that's what I love about this work. It's ideas, it's furthering what we do as human beings, growing our society and what we do with it. This is me, my family. We have been in Tucson since 2012. 2 kids are out there somewhere, and I'm going to blame them for why I was late. I can't blame them for why I missed it last week. That's all my fault. I can blame Tony, but it was his email. It was the way it was worded. I missed the 12, and I just saw the 1, but it was actually 12-2-1. So I spent about 17 years working in digital advertising and marketing. So working with Microsoft, Target, AT&T, and what I was doing through most of that time was convincing them to spend their marketing dollars on story-driven experiences for the web, mobile apps, that kind of thing. And about 5 years ago, I had the opportunity to step out of that, and I started Ashley Bread Presents. I saw this real need for more effective, more successful communications when it comes to business presentations, pitches, keynotes, whatever they may be. Okay, I'm trying to rid the world of boring, shitty presentations that don't further anything except wasting your time. I never actually said it like that, but that's true. That's from the heart. That was untrue.
No bad presentation.
Exactly. But this is the truth of it. I think everyone's got great ideas, but unless you can effectively communicate it so other people want to get on board, it's just your idea. It doesn't really do much. So that's why I do this. That's what I love. 2 kids who immediately vanished into the other room. They ask me all sorts of questions, and so I'm used to it. Anyone who's a parent is used to these questions. So I say that to you. Ask me questions as we go through this. If there's things that don't make sense or you have a question, just interrupt. Okay, this can be very interactive.
For later, I have an answer for the top question.
Good. Okay. Good. So this is what we're going to cover, and it's kind of a cross-section of a whole bunch of stuff. We're going to touch on some things, some tips and tricks. If you have questions, ask me. If we get through this if we get through this in a reasonable amount of time, I've got something new that I've added, which is an anatomy of a pitch. So I found a really interesting pitch, I think. I want to walk through it, and we'll break down what's going on and what they're doing and how those things might be relevant to what you're doing. Okay, sound good? All right. Okay, so pitch structure. This is a bit of a moving target. It varies depending on what you're trying to do, the audience, the goals. But in the most basic sense, you've got a beginning, a middle, and an end. And it's like any classic kind of a basic story. And within that, this beginning piece is the most critical piece of the entire thing. Okay, there's a guy who hosts this big launch event in San Francisco. He's seen thousands of presentations. And his estimation, he's timed this. He said, in a pitch event, you have 15 seconds. Not 25, not 30, 15 seconds to capture people's attention and make them decide whether they're going to pay attention to what you're saying or they're going to start screwing around with their phone, checking their email, figuring out what they're doing this weekend, where they're going for drinks tonight, that kind of thing. So that's why this opening is so critical. I put a minute here, but you've really got about 15 or 30 seconds to get people interested. And so this opening hook is where I think you want to use story. Okay, story is kind of like this gateway drug to information. If you can communicate the story effectively, it's relevant to your topic, it's relevant to stating the problem, it's got that human component, it brings people in. And I'm not talking some incredible saga with drama and things exploding. I mean, it's a human story. Okay, it's about 2 people, it's about 1 person, it's about you, whatever that is. But the goal is that it grabs attention, it states the problem, and through that it gives people in the audience a reason to care about this. Because remember, you're passionate about it. You've been working on this for maybe years. But this could be a completely new subject for your audience or for the judges or whomever you're pitching to. And so you need to give them context to make them care. And as part of that, you want to demonstrate your credibility. Okay, I'm a software engineer. I've been doing this for 15 years. I noticed this problem 2 years ago, and we've been working on it every weekend since. Okay, so as a close to that opening piece, as a judge or an audience member, now I've got context for like, oh, this person knows how to solve this problem. They've got credibility in this space. Okay, and then when you get into the middle, this is now where you're kind of restating a lot of that, and now you're backing it up. It's kind of like the meat. You're backing up the problem with data. You're backing up the solution and the benefit with data. You're talking about your team. You're talking about how you're going to move this forward, how you're going to roll this out to the public, how you're going to get traction, how you're going to do production, whatever that is. Okay, that's how you're going to do it. And then you're going to close. A lot of this is, there's an old one, tell me what you're going to say, tell me what you're going to say, and then tell me what you said. And it's kind of that, where it's like, I open, problem, why it matters, who I am to solve it, problem with detail and data, solution, how we're going to solve it, how we can get it done, and then problem, solution, and then potentially an ask for some sort of a powerful close. So you don't want to just sort of end it with thank you. You need to have something that kind of is like a rallying cry, whatever that may be. In some case, you may be asking for talent. We're looking for, developers. Maybe asking for money. Maybe asking for feedback. Hey, we're just testing this out. We want to get your feedback. Okay, whatever that is. And this is going to vary, but it's kind of think about this structure. And one of the things that I recommend, because I find oftentimes when I work with clients, I start off with this exercise where I use Sharpies and Post-it notes. We don't even touch the computer. Okay, we have it all figured out before we even touch the computer or get into visuals. But I find that a lot of times it's hard for people to wrap their heads around, so they kind of jump in with what they know. And so what I found is that when you get kind of in that initial stage, you've got your deck and you're kind of not sure where it's going, it's kind of a mess, you're trying to figure it out, step back and figure out what is the story that you're trying to tell. What are the key highlights? What are the things that your audience or your judges need to hear? Because you got to keep it simple. There's got to be one takeaway. And so the reason I'm talking about this is because it forces you to kind of be succinct. This is from some project I did a few years ago. But it forces you to be succinct. You can move stuff around. And so whenever you're starting to feel like you're in the weeds and you can't really wait, what are we doing? I've got all these charts in here. I'm not really sure if this is what I want. Step back, take an hour, take half an hour, sit down with 2 or 3 other people from another group and say, so here's what I'm trying to do. This is the problem. Here's my solution. Here's what we're doing. And then, start messing around with it. Because I find the moment you get into PowerPoint, it starts to it sort of clouds your judgment. You can't see the forest for the trees. So a really simple exercise, Post-it notes. All right. So engaging your audience, there's a ton of different ways to do that. Anyone want to throw out some thoughts? How do we engage an audience?
Hey, real quick, with that structure and building something, is there a rule I've been told by somebody that, for a 30-minute talk, you got to put in 12 hours of work ahead of time or something to make it right? Do you have a scale like that at all?
I'm sure there's all sorts of formulas out there to sort of make it easier to understand. I think it's all going to be dependent on who you are and kind of your comfort with this topic. I think if you do a ton of work up front, maybe you spend 50 hours getting that first pitch ready, and then you give it, and you learn a few things, and then maybe you spend 3 hours getting ready for the next one, and then an hour getting ready for the next one. So it kind of varies, but as we go through this, and kind of what I said in the beginning, it's your idea. It's yours to win or lose. So if you need to rehearse for 12 hours, great. If you need to rehearse for 50, do what you got to do.
Well, it's not necessarily rehearsed, but put together the content and structure it like you did on your Post-it notes and all that.
Yeah.
It's a lot of.
Yeah, to be honest, I never really thought about exactly what that would be. But it's always longer than you expect. Think about like home remodeling. Is anyone done home remodeling? I'm redoing a bathroom right now. It's always like, oh, we can get that done in 2 days. By day two, you've barely done anything because you realize that everything's screwed up and I'm having that right now. I took the light off and it's not centered, so I got to figure out how to move the box for the light. So anyway, yeah, I don't know that I answered the question at all, but did I babble enough to get myself? Okay, so engaging your audience. How do we do that?
Ask,
Okay, good.
do a demo,
Okay.
Tell jokes.
Yeah,
give prizes.
I like that one.
Being
I have
silent,
no prizes today, right?
being quiet. Just so people are paying attention to.
Okay. I'm done. Yeah, no, it's true. So again, kind of like, why do we present, why do we pitch? There's no real wrong answer. I mean, it can be imagery, it can be asking questions. One of the kind of foundational pieces is stories. Okay, we talked about this in the beginning, the pitch structure, that hook, stories. Okay, and what I want to talk about, I mean, stories in general, you want to be sort of peppering in. If you open with something, you want to try and weave that through. So if you open with, I want to tell you about Sarah. Sarah spends 3 hours a day doing X. It's a huge burden for her and her family. Our product will help her do it in 30 minutes. Okay, and then if you get into the middle now, you're talking about the data, bring her back in or bring someone like her. So you're bringing that human component through. But what I want to talk about in this context, I'm kind of getting all over the place, but we're creatures of narrative. Okay, this is how we disseminate information. That's how we're all here, because our ancestors knew how to tell a good story. They said, get out of the way of that tiger or that whatever it is. Okay? When we think about a story, there's kind of this basic context, this basic structure. There's a situation, there's a complication, there's a resolution. Okay, you're driving down the freeway, and all of a sudden, brake lights, there's smoke up ahead. Complication. Okay? My daily commute just ran into a complication. What do we all do when we get close to whatever it is? Everyone slows down. What is that? We're rubbernecking. Because we need resolution. What the hell happened? There's fire. What's going on? I want to know. Curious. Okay? There's the beginning of a story. And when you tell people about that event, it'll be, I'm driving to work. And then all of a sudden there's smoke and brake lights. Oh my God, you wouldn't believe it. And the person you're telling it to is already engaged. Okay, so think about that when you're pitching. So when we talk about structure, presentations tend to become more reports. Okay, we look at stories, we look at them in literature, we look at them in movies, theater, music. Okay, they're all structured around these particular stories, beginning, middle, and end. Sometimes they're more complicated. When it comes to presentations, oftentimes people are like, what is the structure? What is the form that makes for a good presentation? So there's a woman named Nancy Duarte. She's been doing presentations and pitches for 20 plus years, and she wanted to figure this out. Why is there, or what is the trick to a great pitch or great presentation, great speech? So she did some analysis. It took her a few years. She finally hit on the structure. So this is Martin Luther King's I Have a Dream speech. And what she figured out is if you look along the bottom, obviously you can't, it's just abstract, but all of these represent kind of status quo or negative statements in his talk, in his speech. These are all the positive things. These are all the aspirational what if. Okay, so he's juxtaposing the status quo with what could be. And he keeps going back and forth. Okay? If you look at it, this is all what's going on. This is terrible shit that's going on right now. But this is what's possible. Terrible shit, what's possible? Terrible shit, what's possible? Okay, and she took the structure and she started looking at, the Gettysburg Address, Steve Jobs' iPhone announcement. Okay, Winston Churchill rallying the country in World War II. Okay, they all use this structure. They're juxtaposing, they're going back and forth. What is with what could be. Okay, imagine this problem that you've got that's weighing you down, that's costing you money, that's killing your productivity. Now imagine an efficient process that saves you money, inspires your workers to do great things. Okay, I've created this gap, this distance. And you start doing that throughout the whole thing. Because what you're doing, essentially, we think of when we pitch, it's a positive thing. Hey, we've got this new product, it's going to transform your business. It's going to be awesome. You guys need to get it. But what's going on in the audience is potentially they're thinking about, okay, so I'm going to have to hire new people. I'm going to have to change the way I do my business. I'm going to have to get that new piece of software. I'm going to have to get that new server. It's going to cost me a fortune. Okay, because I'm changing their business. It may be for the good, but it's change. And so you're naturally going to get resistance. Okay, and that's where this structure, this sort of presentation pattern, if you will, becomes valuable. Because people are going to have a natural resistance to what you're going to share with them for whatever reason. And it's going to vary throughout the audience. So your job is to break that down. Great analogy. Anyone sailing? Anyone ever in the desert? Okay, no sailors. But you cannot sail directly into the wind. Okay, but you obviously need to get there sometimes. And so you can tack. And what you're essentially doing is the wind's coming at you, so think about that as your audience resistance, and you're able to tack back and forth, and you can actually get to exactly where you want to go, going against the wind. And it's a great analogy for pitching and presenting. Okay, because what you're doing, this is where people's minds are at when you walk on stage. You step out in front of them. They're in their own little world. They're doing whatever they're doing with their business. And you come out and you paint this picture of the challenges they're facing right now. But you want them to be up here. This thing will transform your business. You'll never do business the same way again after you start using our product. But I can't just say it. I can't just get right to the end, because you're going to go, bullshit. What are you talking about? Save me 50%. That doesn't make any sense. That's not possible. So you need to work. You need to lead them to that. And that's where the structure comes in. Okay? So this is all status quo, problem, 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 and then there's some sort of change. Okay, this is where I first introduced how my product, my service, my idea is going to transform what we do, how you do things. And then I'm anticipating resistance. If I know my audience well, I'm anticipating resistance. And so I know what questions they might have in their mind, what resistance points they might have. And so I'm going to address them. I know you're worried about cost. You're worried about implementation. I know exactly where you are. I was an entrepreneur. I know how hard it is to put in new things. But our solution is super simple. One button installation. Okay, you can be up and running in less than 20 minutes. Okay, so I'm already anticipating your resistance. I'm answering that. And so as you go through, this continues. Okay, and so by the time I get to here, and I'm telling you that for $29 a month, you can use this software and it'll revolutionize the way you do your business. Join me. Okay, here's my card. Suddenly, I've broken down all that resistance. I've kept you engaged. So that by the end, you go, yeah, okay, cool, let's try. Give me your card. Or whatever. Okay? And this is just an example of how I work. This was prepping for this talk when I first sort of put it together a while ago. And all of these colors mean something. All the blues are a positive, and all the reds are a negative. So I put this up. So before I even get into PowerPoint, I'm able to look at what's the rhythm that I'm creating here. You know, so positive, positive, neutral, negative, positive, positive, negative. So I'm juxtaposing these things. So kind of like the other thing, how much do you prep for this? There's no sort of silver bullet. It's just kind of being aware of this structure is helpful. Because what it's going to do, it's going to clear out all the obstacles. So there's less resistance and people are more willing to accept your idea. Okay, quick. It's a guy named Brian Stevenson. I don't even see him. But he is the founder of the Equal Justice Initiative, I believe. Something like that. But he went on TED stage. He didn't use any stats. He didn't use any graphics, no visuals. He just told stories. Stories about his upbringing, stories about the community he grew up in, stories of this organization and how they help the people in his community. And someone estimated that in that 18 minutes, he raised $15 million for his organization because people watched this thing and subsequently watched it and donated money. So power of story, power of keeping people compelled and having that human connection. Okay, don't underestimate it. It's incredibly powerful. All right, so giving data meaning. Any questions about that? Because I know it's kind of complex. It's blowing your mind. Taking silences on it.
We're good.
All right, so let's talk about, so we talked about story, we talked about structure. Data, everyone loves data. Data is obviously the supporting element. So we've got to give data meaning, because numbers are great, but if I don't know as the audience, the judge or the investor, what the human connection is to that data, it's hard for me to really care about it. Okay, it's similar to that opening. Remember in the opening hook, I can't just come out and state the problem and tell you all the research data that supports it. Because you're like, I don't know what this is. It's talking about problems of developers. I'm not a developer, I don't care. But if you paint the right picture in the beginning, put the context so they can relate to it, suddenly an investor can have empathy for your customer, for your target market. Okay? So, numbers. It's going to give people a reason to care about what you're talking about. So, there's a whole bunch of different things. I didn't cover 3 of them. Make it relatable. Okay, so what I mean by that is we love to throw around big numbers. Oh, there's a $100 billion market opportunity here. There's 250,000 people in this city alone that could use this product. Okay, whatever those numbers are. We love big numbers. The problem is that oftentimes they're too big. They don't mean that much to people. It's a big number, but beyond that, I don't know what to do with it. Okay, so you have to try and make it relatable, give it context. So this is a great example. It's also a great example of how things change. This was Nokia's device penetration to the European market, I don't know, 5-8 years ago, because it sure as hell isn't this anymore. They had 1.1 billion devices in use. Big number, but I don't really know what that means. So what they did is they actually created these great little kind of vignettes that showed at any given time, and this was in Europe, so these were all these different locations that people in Europe go, oh, I've been there, or I'm there right now, or I know what it's like. And suddenly now you're saying, okay, at any moment, there's 525 Nokia devices being used at this one location. Okay, so they've taken that 1.1 billion and broken it down. So think about it in the context of what you're doing, and it may be a national number or a global number, but bring it down to the level of like Pima County. Or this means it's affecting 8 out of 10 people in Pima County alone, or something to that effect. So you're taking that big number, you're breaking it down and making it relatable and digestible. Another really key thing is making it visual. If there's a way to make something visual, it's going to vastly improve the ability of someone to take it in and understand it. So, case in point, does anyone know anything about all the debris that's floating out in space? Heard about this problem? Okay. So, here's an example, all the numbers. Okay. 100 million pieces floating around out there that are, this big. 21,000 pieces that are bigger. Okay, well, again, numbers are big, but the universe with a bunch of garbage floating around it, well, someone mapped all this. Okay, now when I talk about, for example, we're launching a satellite, and I'm telling you about the issues that we have with trying to get through all the debris that's out there without damaging the spacecraft, now you go, holy shit, trying to thread that needle looks hard in comparison to just, there's a million small pieces out there. You go, or 100 million, 100 billion, whatever it is. So wherever possible, make it visual. Okay, it's about breaking down barriers to communication and understanding. Okay, remember, not everyone knows all the things you know about this topic. Make it personal. Okay, it's, again, that human connection. Can you take it from something that is a global or national number and drive it right into the lap of the people you're talking to? Okay, put it right in their backyard, right in their living room, right in their kitchen. And so this was a great example. There's a TED Talk a while ago that Jamie Oliver, Naked Chef, anyone heard of him? Know what I'm talking about? He gave a TED Talk, and this was essentially what he wanted to talk about. Okay, all us Americans are fat, lazy, unhealthy, we're feeding our kids garbage. Okay, now if he'd come out and just said that, obviously a lot of people go, no, you're from the UK, you guys don't exactly have, the best diets in the world either. But, so what he did in the first 30 seconds, he walked out on stage and he said, who in here has kids? A bunch of hands went up. Who here has nieces and nephews? grandkids. In 15 seconds, he had every single person in the audience with their hand up. Then he started talking about the statistics around childhood obesity. So suddenly now everyone is thinking about their loved one. It's not some abstract number. Okay, he's created an opening for everyone to go into that everyone can understand, and then he starts talking about the stats, and then he starts to create his whole argument. So always think about little techniques, ways to take your data and make it personal, make it visual, okay, make it relatable. What you're trying to do is break down the barriers to understanding. Okay, and you know the stuff, but your audience doesn't, so you need to make it digestible. Okay, I've heard two things. People say, speak to your audience as though they're all fourth graders. I heard someone the other day say, speak to them as though they're all senior citizens. I think they're probably equally valid. The point is, make it simple, make it easy to understand. Okay, don't try and show how smart you are by using big words that don't need to be used. All right, imagery. It's a big one. Okay, imagery is so important. Okay, this old adage, pictures worth 1,000 words. Well, the reason for that is because our brains process imagery 60,000 times faster. Okay, I talked about story being the reason that we're all here is because our ancestors learned what animals were going to kill them, what berries they should and shouldn't eat, and they were able to share a story so that everyone understood that. Well, imagery serves the same purpose. Our brains process imagery quicker. So when we see a tiger running at us, we don't think, we react. Tiger doesn't have a sign saying, I'm a tiger and I'm running at you and I'm going to get you. They're just doing it and we go, boom, and we react. Okay, because our brains are, I mean, we evolved to survive based on imagery, based on our ability to process information visually. So I'm using the tiger or the lion analogy, but I mean, we all know what this sign means. So it kind of like peaks something in our head. We go, okay, I'll be on alert or whatever that is. But you know, if this is chasing us, running across the lawn, jumping up on the fence, we're reacting to it. We're not reading anything. We're getting the hell out of the way, jumping on a car, whatever that is. And as a side note, I love this. I got this from the MichiganDogbiteLawyers.org.
That's good.
So.
Good to give credit.
Yeah, well, another thing, so I'll just sort of talk about imagery. Especially when you're putting stuff together, I'm a big fan for just when you're thinking like, oh, I need an image, whatever, just jump on Google, grab something. Okay, it can be a placeholder. But as long as you are giving credit, it's okay to use it. If you are doing something big and public and making money, advertising with it, you've got to pay for it. But that's why I always, you'll notice as I go through this, I credit stuff, because you find amazing imagery. And I don't want to use a crappy image that is royalty-free versus a fabulous image that belongs to someone else. So the fact that I'm not making any money at this, you're not making any money at this, it's okay for us to, as long as we're being upfront. I got this from the MichiganDogbiteLawyers.org. Maybe they'll get business out of it, I don't know. All right, so preparing slides. What I'm talking about is information. Okay, so this is bringing all that stuff together. We've talked about imagery, we've talked about numbers, we've talked about stories. Now let's put it all on a slide. And that's part of the problem is everyone puts it on a slide. Just everything on a slide. Okay? Is this slide doing any good at helping Mr. Gates explain whatever the hell it is he's talking about here? Is it getting better? I think this is the same talk, right? Because he's wearing the same shirt. Yeah. So someone probably made a lot of money making this slide or making this presentation, but it's not doing any good at communicating information. Just way too much going on. Okay, so what you want to do is distill your information, simplify it so you can get to the heart of what's important. Okay, this creating a great pitch, creating a great presentation, it's very much like creating a piece of music, writing an amazing piece of literature, theater, a movie. Every single piece is curated. Okay, when you see Steve Jobs or you see like the pitch that we're going to talk about at the end, they have curated the hell out of that. Every single thing they're saying, everything they're showing, everything they're doing has been orchestrated. Okay, so you need to sort of get to that point where you can distill all the information down and get really focused. Okay, so example, this was probably something I rambled off when I first said, hey, I should start a business around presentations. Okay, but you can't put that on a slide. I can't really say that to people very quickly. So cut out all the stuff that's not necessary and get focused, make it digestible, make it accessible to people. Another thing that often gets overlooked, I don't quite know why this is in terms of use of space, but there tends to be this notion of like just there's space, so I got to cram something in it. Yeah.
So you have that whole thing where you read the whatever. You write that out at first and then keep that in your notes that you kind of, at least gave the forethought to writing that without just having bullet points.
Yes.
At the end.
Yeah, again,
You keep a separate script next to a PowerPoint with bullets.
correct. I mean, it depends. Everyone's going to work differently, but I think some people, they like to work long form. I was just doing a workshop with a bunch of academics at U of A. Academics. And so, I mean, they were writing out like 8-page, line by line, sort of novelesque kind of stories. And that's great. That's sort of written English. Okay, but what you want to communicate is conversational English. It's very different. And so once you've got your script, once you know the story, you know what you want to tell, I'm always a big fan of bullet listing it in your notes. So it could be like problem, solution, audience, or market. And that might be it. But if I've done my homework, I know what those mean. And the whole point of doing it with bullets and not having it scripted is people will feel it if it's scripted. Whereas if you're kind of off the cuff, like what I'm doing right now, you stumble, you say things differently, there's just a different energy that's coming out. It comes across more conversational and casual versus very scripted. And so again, people work differently, but yeah, I'd write it out and then bullet list it in your notes. Breathing space. I think I covered this, but breathing space, okay? Don't put everything on there. One thought per slide is the way I always think about it. Okay, if I'm communicating the market opportunity, it should be one number, one visual. Okay? All right, so this is usually where everyone's thinking about. Taking the stage, the terror of getting on stage and actually talking to people. Doesn't have to be he's got this figured out. Or if he doesn't, he does a good job kind of masking it. So just like with real estate, there's a mantra in pitching or presentations. Okay, in real estate, location, location, location. Okay, does anyone want to take a guess at what it is for pitching?
Is it the same word?
Yep. All right. You didn't see it coming, did you? It's a proprietary idea that I've got around how to make a good presentation. Practice, practice, practice. Okay, why do we practice?
So we don't sound like idiots when we're up there.
There you go. Why else?
Sound authoritative.
Yeah, why else do we practice?
Familiarity, material.
Yeah. You could write things down that make sense until you say that.
Yeah. Anyone else? And when you practice, it's an opportunity for you to make mistakes in a safe environment. If you can get a handful of people in your family or colleagues and say, hey, come on in here for 10 minutes, I want to share this with you. Do it, because they will see something that you aren't seeing. And then you can adjust, you can tweak the language, adjust the slides. Okay, so practice, practice, because you will get comfortable, it will build confidence, but it will improve your pitch, it'll improve your presentation immensely. This is a friend of mine, he does all sorts of speaking gigs, he's written books, yada, 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 and I love this. So if you don't want to screw this up, you don't want to look like an idiot, that's why you practice. Okay, if you don't want to think about making your pitch good, you're more worried about, I don't want to screw this up, use that as energy. Okay? And we talked about this a little bit, but it's not about perfection. It's not about memorization. It's not about regurgitating stuff, over and over. It's about confidence. Okay, when you walk out there and you command the space, you're big, your voice, the way you move around, the language that you use, it breaks down a barrier. So people go, oh, I want to listen to this person. I think they might know what they're talking about. Or I'm interested in hearing more. Because the reality is, and I hear this all the time, I'm too busy. Oh, there's too much going on. Oh, I was on a flight. I couldn't do it, blah, blah, blah. Fine. But if you're too busy to practice, you're too busy to make this as good as it can be. Remember we talked about the 15 seconds you've got in the opening to catch people's attention? So if you don't do that effectively, no one's going to pay attention. They're going to get on their phone. Now more than ever, they've got so many things else they could be doing. Okay? So a couple techniques. I've just got 3. When you are rehearsing, do without your slides. By the time you've gotten to the deck being finished, you know this stuff. You know it backwards and forwards. So close the laptop, shut off your screen, and do it from memory. Practice your opening, practice your close. How are you transitioning from that opening piece to the middle? If you've got multiple presenters, how are you handing off? Oh, Tony's going to talk about our financial position on this. Go ahead, Tony. Okay, just thinking about these things. Okay.
Be like the best man speech with the PowerPoint.
Yeah. It also forces you to get out of reading your slides. Oftentimes it's because either A, the person hasn't rehearsed and doesn't know the information, or B, what they're trying to share and what they've got is too complex and they put it all on the slide. So they're busy like reading it and turning their back to you and completely cutting off that communication, that dialogue that's going on. Second one, don't say it in your head. Say it out loud. Okay, whether you're, sorry, I keep blocking you. Whether you're in your car, in the shower, walking around the kitchen, whatever. Because of Bluetooth devices, you can even say it just walking down the street. No one's going to think you're nuts. I was over at McGuire Hall yesterday. There was a pitch event, and I went in and I was on the wrong floor. It was on the second floor. I was on the first floor, and I was looking around, and it was the longest hallway ever of MBAs in black suits and ties walking around talking to themselves. Every single one of them was like, okay, we got market cap, just walking around oblivious to what's going on. Okay, they're practicing. Okay, so say it out loud, say it without slides. It's going to build confidence. It's going to help you memorize it. It's going to give you comfort when you're transitioning between stuff. And then the last thing is move around. Okay, you notice I've been kind of walking around, blocking the screen, blocking his views. Okay, I'm keeping him engaged because he's like, crap, I can't see the damn slide. And but move around when you're rehearsing. Move around, because what it does is it dissipates nervous energy. Oftentimes we've got this energy surging through us, and we're trying to figure out what to do with it. So we cross our arms, we stick our hands in our pockets, or we, do some other weird thing, this kind of thing. And so get used to moving around. Okay, try and make your point, and then transition into another point. Speak to someone else. Move around. The other thing is that it's going to help that engagement component when you get up on stage, because your audience now has to track you. Okay, if I'm walking around, especially if I'm asking people questions, they'll know how terrifying that can be getting asked a question. Quick, what's the answer? Okay. So move around. Got it? What were the 3 things that we're doing?
Practice, practice, practice.
Oh, that's perfect, perfect. What are the 3 ways we can practice? What are the techniques? No slides.
Yep.
Yep.
Say it out loud.
Yeah.
And move around.
Excellent. All right, so now we've been practicing. Actually, we got time actually on 5 minutes. Okay, so we won't get time to go into our anatomy of a perfect pitch, but maybe I can come back. Happy to do that because I think it's a valuable exercise. All right, so true. Even professionals, they get nervous, they screw it up. I think one of the Beatles actually used to throw up before they went on stage every single time. So about 10 years ago, I was doing a pitch, big client thing, Texas or somewhere, And I was halfway through, and it was going really well, and I was being big and using gestures, and I knocked a big glass of water across the conference room table. And it spilled all over the place. Well, they all had green folders, and the green folders, the ink started bleeding out of the folders. And the point being, I screwed that up. I didn't win the business. I wasn't invited back. This is the worst case scenario. This will happen. Just get ready for it. It will happen. Accept and move on. So this is one of the reasons I think we're all afraid, is we're going to screw something up. Okay, there's a couple things going on. There's a biological component and a psychological component. So biological, what are we talking about? What things happen to us biologically when we get up on stage?
Sweat,
Sweat. What else?
shake, heartbeat.
Dry mouth.
Yeah.
Voice cracks.
Voice cracks.
You get adrenaline dump. You talk too fast.
Yep.
I do.
Yep. Talk too fast. Yep. We've talked about this a few times. Your bodies are hardwired. And when they react, when they are in a stressful situation, a fight or flight situation, it's giving you energy. When I say it, your body is giving you energy to survive. You may have to climb up a 2-story building to get away from whatever this is, even if it's just an audience of people that you have to present to. But your body is giving you that energy. The point being, you can't avoid it, so you have to figure out how to deal with it. Because whether you're talking about a hungry lion or you're talking about a hungry crowd, your body and your brain is reacting in the same way. It's giving you energy to survive. Okay? Psychological stuff is obviously what we're doing with ourselves, with our brains. I'm going to screw this up. I'm going to look like an idiot. People are going to laugh at me. I'm going to knock over a glass of water like I did last time. I don't keep water anywhere near me. I need this much range so that I won't spill. Okay? Everybody gets nervous. Everybody has problems. You got to figure out how to deal with it. Okay, so you can either be afraid, use all that energy and be terrified. Okay, shrink. Okay, I'm gonna suck. This is terrible. The other day when I was talking about this thing at McGuire, I could hear people, I'm gonna fuck this up. And the other people, no, it's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. I'm gonna screw this up. I know. No, it's gonna be okay. Okay, so you can be afraid, or take all that energy you're gonna get anyway, because that's why we're all here. We survived the tigers. Okay, use that energy and be excited. Okay, think about the opportunity that you got to prove your value. Change the lives of the people in your audience, in your business. Okay, change the community. Be recognized. Okay, so take that and turn it into something exciting that you can get behind. Okay, so what I'm saying is the biological stuff is there. Your energy, your sweating, your nervousness. The psychological stuff is there. You're going to fuck it up. You're going to make a mistake. You do something wrong. Okay, the trick is through the practice, through the rehearsing, through the prep, figuring out how you're going to use that energy. Are you going to get excited and engaged and do a great job, or are you going to get nervous as hell and terrified and not go on stage and not see your idea come to fruition and have everyone love it? And it's really up to you. You got to choose. Because when it comes right down to it, your slides are not the performance. Everyone harps on the slides and harps on the information. It's all about you. Okay, 75% of what people take away from a presentation or a pitch is based on you and how you deliver it. Body language, voice, hands, movement, whatever that may be. Okay, your slides and all the information you spent the last 10 weeks working on, it's worth about 15 or 20% maybe. And if you do a really crappy delivery, it's worth even less than that. Okay? So body language. There's a great talk on TED from Amy Cuddy. She talks about fake it till you make it. She's researched all this stuff. And there is actual evidence that if you, get yourself in a powerful position, you center yourself before you walk out on stage, it affects how you feel and how your audience will feel. Okay? I routinely go up in front of people and I'm still nervous, but no one would know because I figured out how to mask it. I figured out how to work through it. Okay, so fake it till you make it. So when you walk out on stage, you've got your idea that you're passionate about, you've got your company, your service, whatever it is, don't walk out there and shrink. Don't stand. I see this all the time. People stand like kind of in the shadow, like this, okay, or they get all small. Own it, okay? Be the star. Okay, this is your thing. This is what you've been working towards. This is what you're passionate about. This is the thing that's going to transform the lives or the businesses of the people you're speaking to. So own it, and be the star. Walk out there with confidence. Because you know what? Your audience wants you to succeed. Nobody goes into a group like this and wants you to fail. Everybody wants you to succeed. And you need to use that positive energy combined with that energy your body's giving you to go out there and have fun, be engaging, be confident, passionate. So that your idea gets planted in the hearts and minds of your audience, it inspires them to take action, and you get the results you want. Okay? Cool. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Good luck. Okay. 5 minutes, and I've got a timer for a bio break where you can ask Ashley questions individually if you need to. Go. We'll be back in 5. Any questions?
I'm out. Are you?
Questions?
You speaking?
Was it really that good? I addressed every concern you have. So in 8 weeks, you're all going to just come out and kick ass.
That's
Right?
funny. I don't practice presentations as much as I should. You gotta walk the stage or walk the stage or walk the stage.
Well, that's some of these the guys that are giving pitch something.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what they're doing. You know, they kind of the first time.
It's very.
Right. Second time,
My wife
it's a little
is not do that.
Hey, buddy.
Right.
My tip for you, public speaking, which is, it's not Shakespeare, the audience doesn't have a script. So you stumble, keep moving. They don't know that you stumble, just keep moving.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's interesting. You know, you watch YouTube videos of people who are public speakers, they go there all the time, and if you watch several of them from different venues, it's the same script, it's the same pitch or presentation every time, but it's always slightly different because the language changes or something shifts. So.
Well, good. How are you? Thank you.
Oh, that's
Yeah. Yeah, so I was gonna get out
I hated flying, but that's what all for concert. I love
Hi.
Hi, I'm great.
But
Nice to meet you.
I'm taking my cars from Massachusetts.
Yeah, so we're just finishing up the,
Is
is it HDMI here?
Yeah, it's another opportunity.
It should have.
That's funny.
There's a lost track.
Exactly, you can't force an actor.
Yeah, sure.
Hi, good morning.
How are you?
Whatever they want.
Welcome back to
But I
the
wanted to be really dedicated to it. Whatever you think, you have to practice.
Could you do me a favor and distribute these, please?
Absolutely.
Well, like fight with the projector.
Probably one pad and Sharpies. I've got some extras here.
Try it and do, okay, this is the instrument of the month.
Right,
Right. Trombone is one, if you're good next month. Violin, the month after that, so.
Today it's not because
Yes.
they only have to be able to see their own.
Very well. I've already got a bunch of ideas for pictures now.
Okay, more ideas. Looks like you guys are gonna get to work here.
That's something that just set up with the HDMI. When I had it plugged in through this, it's usually been
Did you walk this morning or what? No, I was going to yoga after this.
When all else fails, turn it off and turn it
I
back
don't know.
on.
Well, I do want to check out the folk festival, which is like all around here today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's actually there. So
I just want-
Good, today?
Yeah.
It's like an opera singer in the lobby.
Like you said.
I didn't realize
Somebody's
that.
got, they like the acoustics. Let's try that again.
So are you going to be able to?
Justin. We fiddled with his lock thing before, I don't know how it's locked.
With your business or? Right, I think we're kind of more focused now. It's just no one really.
if anyone wants a card, I'm happy to answer questions if you need them.
I would like a card.
I like position.
You
Both about position. What could I invest with the smaller fund? And then try to go with the big fund.
Yeah.
Or even
Within
like
a company, a lot of people that are in investment coverage have to sell their own services to other people. So they already just a little bit different, but not much.
Right, that's what I think.
Have my 11 version.
It was fun, it's always interesting, because I always average a lot of companies and see something. Oh, maybe you get 20 minutes.
Small.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know why.
It's kind of, there's a lot more to talk about.
Yeah. And they get
Try
things
and-
much faster. By the time you-
I've got 2 downloads out there. Neither one. Hey.
Yeah.
All right, folks, let's bring it back together here.
Right, so.
Do you have a VGA
Yeah.
I did it one time. and walked away.
Every breakfast again.
It's because I'm anti-Mac. Your preference.
Oh, I have a couple of these already this morning. On my own, so I'm gonna.
So the other ones we know. Where your shoes? They're on the cutting edge. We know what's going on. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Well, they process to get an answer to. Yeah, I think we're like 5 to 10 years out of it, so it's much more communicated. They know how to talk to real people. And they've done presentations.
Just the signs that something Girl Scouts is
I don't. Well, I used to get.
Yeah, we're looking for that.
And I used to get my
I need it anyway.
I go there?
Yeah.
But I know. Mostly, I guess, private equity firm. Oh, okay. Small unit size, yeah. Small unit size, private firm. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, investments are really. It was funny when they were talking.
No idea why it's.
How you end up with some.
Great.
Anything I can do?
Yeah.
Something we can run off.
Oh, they still do. Yes.
That's what I'm like.
Oh, my God. You know, quite a world-class position. Yeah, all the time. Oh my gosh, we get to see.
It's funny, you gotta jump to the jump.
Yeah. You said what? That presentation.
It is. This is, it's only on these, and these work sometimes, and other ones sometimes they don't.
I just wasn't sure.
Yeah, but I don't think he has HDMI.
But then they would say, you know, all their parties, you're a scientist, you're in the lab all day, every day. Yeah.
Do you, is it PDF?
Right.
Keynote?
Yeah, that's what it's like. I'm not gonna be cynical, but all the way, well, we've been playing. We don't care about the science, we don't care what the slides are saying. It's just not going up like that. Yeah.
That's a lot less.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's such a different perspective. It is a different mindset. It's interesting.
Doesn't matter what their name is, there's always a million times. Let me just look at this piece here.
You have a pension, right?
Right,
It's
and
being
they're the
invested,
ones,
right?
exactly, the chief's pensions, firefighters' pensions, it's all managed by these.
Okay, hold on. Acer,
That gets into who really is.
projector.
It doesn't work, it's not gonna work.
I have, I used to live in New York, I both love energy.
Well,
So there may be that Airbook does something different than other apps.
I used to take a train in there.
Got lost.
Yeah.
So, this one.
Justin, you know, turn that, it's not, I'm telling you, there's something about lock traffic that I've run into before.
We figured something out a while ago.
Yeah, so we get it off there, it's still locked.
Was this house?
Back to regular
Even
HDMI.
when I visit, you know, I was like, oh, it's so, like, it feels so intense, right?
It
There's so
is.
much things going on, but
Yeah.
it's so great, I love the energy of it.
Let me see.
You go on the corner and there's something.
You know, the lock traffic.
I'm staying.
You know about it, you just tell them. Yes.
A friend of mine's fine.
Yes.
I need resolution here.
That's nice, because you're so close, like 4 hours away.
Yeah. Oh, okay. And we live there too.
Unit source. So one of these unit source.
Yeah. Especially on the ball, and I feel it's very international, it's also I would like to do.
International aspect. I don't know, someone.
Yeah.
Exactly, I need to know how this results in
I know.
something. Yeah, it's like,
Politics is so more competition. They just gave me this sleazy feel to the world. Oh, right.
I don't
Yeah.
really.
For self-preservation, because I know I might
Yeah.
have situations.
Yeah.
I'm curious.
Well,
about
and
this.
you didn't really,
Result.
I mean, you.
You just know where you are.
I want you to go. I'm you.
Right, well, but like, what do you do? Like,
Oh, right. Shave this morning. That's been changed. Well,
Well, we can, no, we can switch it off.
Yeah, we got another projector.
Technology issues.
Yep, the different technology components.
So,
I hate it when they don't play well together.
I know. I'm saying, right? They're very well together.
curious, actually.
You can put them in the same room for a little while.
I know, it's kind of like plug and play.
Oh. So I was like, sometimes weird, it's like.
It's already back, ready to go?
Yeah.
Oh, actually, one other question. You and Justin aren't brothers, are you?
No.
Okay, just checking.
Found our dog.
Because I mean, in the same room. I mean, it's like, wow.
Well, it's funny because when I take photos of him on stage and events, I post it, people always think it's me. So I get more likes.
Yeah, well, there you go, whatever it takes.
You gotta leverage it, right? You gotta leverage it.
Yeah,
I can.
because I didn't plan it that way.
Right.
All right, good luck.
Thanks.
Yeah.
There you go, signal processing.
Whoa. So this is all.
Yeah.
Well, this is, so what he was saying is that there's a different type of element for a MacBook Air, even though they fit in the patch. Yeah. So that's the pattern.
All right, folks. Sorry for the technical difficulties.
I don't like traveling and I don't like it. I like hotels.
So,
Yeah.
what we're gonna jump into here is probably one of the more powerful things you're gonna learn in this program. Aside from customer interviewing and customer empathy and some of the things that we worked around in the business model, this will change your business today and any business you run in the future. As I told you, Aaron Eaton and his company moves the needle. And they work with a few small firms around the country, and GE and Intuit, folks like that, right? Just small stuff, just the little ones. There's a lot of folks who pay him a lot of money to teach this, and you're getting it because he wants to improve this ecosystem. So pay attention, take notes, learn this skill. It will make you a lot more money in the future. I wish I had known it in the past. The amount of money I've wasted not understanding what he teaches is a lot of money I wish I had back. So with that,
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you. Thanks for having me over today.
Actually, you sort of introduced me. I've got a little more story to tell to
Good.
go along with it, added in. But I want to let Anna introduce herself as well, because she's going to be helping out over the course of the next couple weeks. She'll be acting as a coach, and Tony's going to be helping out as well. There'll be some other folks, but.
Hi everyone, my name is Anna Greif, and I've actually been working with startups for a really long time, and I work a lot with organizations that support startups. So I'm really excited to be here. I'm really excited to be collaborating with Move the Needle, and you know, feel free to ask anything. I'm here to help.
Cool. So my why is to empower entrepreneurs to make an impact in their own lives and the lives of those around them by supporting them in being able to continuously innovate. This is being close to their customers, understanding their customers, being able to create value in the world. My background, I started in software development. I did data warehousing, business intelligence, moved into product management, then moved into HR, started helping employees to develop their careers inside the company, then moved into university recruiting, then moved into leadership development, all over the place. I ended up getting an award from the CEO of Intuit for making a huge impact there, driving hundreds of millions of dollars of revenue inside the company, pushing employee engagement scores up. But all of that happened, that crazy career journey, the huge impact, wasn't about me personally, wasn't because I was special. It was because I followed the principles of what you guys are learning through this course, and I applied them in my everyday work. The times when I almost got fired were the times when I wasn't applying it well in my own work. And so I know that with every fiber of my being, if you guys apply this in your work, in your personal lives, all over the place, these principles will transform the way that you work, transform the way you see the world. It'll work your brain completely. You won't be able to go back to seeing the world the way you did before. So we did that already. Just a little bit about Moves the Needle. So Tony already talked about some of the companies that we work with. So really, Moves the Needle is about infusing the entrepreneurial spirit into large organizations, helping employees to behave more like entrepreneurs, more like founders and owners, right? Help them make an impact on the business versus just being a cog inside the giant machine. And so we really see our place in the world as transforming the cultures of those companies. And so you guys as business owners, this absolutely applies to you and in your businesses and with your employees and those kinds of things. If the big boys want to transform their cultures so that they can behave more like this, it'll be extremely valuable for your organizations. I may be able to get Anna to share a story in a little bit. She was just working with a medium-sized company up in Madison, Wisconsin, and the boot camp that we put them through was, I think we charged them $60,000 or $70,000 for it, and they got like a 6x ROI in 3 days of work. So you have some of those details. I wasn't there, so I just saw messages posted in our internal chat about it. I'm like, oh, that's awesome. So anyway, it absolutely applies to your size business as well as the big ones, as well as startups. So make sure that I'm reinforcing that. So this session is going to run this week, plus next week, plus the week after. So you get lots of time to practice these tools and techniques. So really, you're going to get to practice these. I'm not going to be up here talking about it. I'll tee some stuff up for a little bit, but then we're going to get right into working. We're going to design some experiments today that you guys are going to run over the course of the next week. We'll get together next week. We'll wrap those experiments up. We'll design another one, launch another one, and then by the end of the third week, you guys will have launched 2 or 3 experiments and gotten a really good chance to practice it on your own businesses. So I like to talk about this as lean innovation. You guys may have heard about lean startup. Have you guys been referring to it in that way?
We've been using lean so much, but I mean, it's the lean business canvas. So
cool. All right. So all this lean stuff, right, comes from lean manufacturing. It was the way that Toyota came about with removing waste from their existing manufacturing processes, right? If you need to forklift some parts from one side of the building to the other, and that process doesn't add value for your customers, you want to try to remove that out of the process, right? So lean manufacturing works really well when you have an existing known process and you want to remove waste from it. Lean startup is the application of lean manufacturing in a context where you don't know what the product is, who the customer is, what the problem is you solve for that customer. How do you remove waste out of the process when you don't know what the process is yet? That's lean startup. And lean innovation is the integration of design thinking principles. So the ability to gain empathy for your customers, to brainstorm really bold solutions, really disruptive solutions for your customers. And we're connecting that with lean startup. So the 3 principles of lean innovation we talked about is empathy. So the tool you guys have been using so far for empathy is customer interviews, right? How do I understand my customer deeply? How do I understand the problems they have? How do I understand the emotions that they're feeling as they're having those problems, right? How do I resolve those problems for my customer? How do I literally walk a mile in my customer's shoes so that I can understand how to better solve the problem for them? That's empathy. You should be able to tap into a part in yourself that causes you to feel the same emotion your customer is feeling. That's how you will know that you've tapped into something important with your customer. You're solving an important problem in the world. Once you have some empathy for your customers, then you're going to move into experimentation. So this is running behavioral experiments with your customers. Understanding what they do, not just what they say. Often those things are not the same, right? Then we're going to use, the last E is evidence. So we're going to generate data and insights from those experiments and from those customer interviews to determine what our business model should be. We're going to use that evidence with our team, with our employees, with our teams, with our investors. It gives us, instead of going up and talking about some crazy business model that may or may not be real, you're going to use real evidence based on how your customers behave to show that this is a business model worth investing in or worth you spending your time on. I mean, even at that level, that evidence is what helps you know that you're on the right track and you're doing something that's valuable. Any questions on that? Is that making sense? Is it fitting in with the stuff you've already been doing? Okay, awesome. So to go one notch deeper, here's what it actually looks like. You go out, you get that customer empathy, you connect with your customer, you find an important problem in the world. I know you guys have already started that process, started interviewing some customers. You probably have some hunches at this point about some problems that you might solve for this new business. Then you're going to go and you're going to brainstorm. You're going to come up with a really bold solution, something that you feel might be very disruptive, something very different from other ways of solving this problem for customers. Then you're going to apply these experiments to it. You're going to say, great, I've got this awesome big solution. Now I'm going to break it down into really small pieces, and I'm going to test those individual pieces, and I'm going to see if this business will actually work, if it actually solves the problem for my customer, if it's worth building, if it can make positive revenue, right? All of those things that are important in the whole business model. But you're going to run these experiments on every part of the business model. Not just does the solution solve the problem, but will they pay for it? You can run it with your partners. You can run it with the pricing model, with the pricing strategy. All of those things can be run with behavioral experiments with your customers to understand what's going to work and what's not going to work. Figure out what the best assembly of puzzle pieces in that business model is for you and your customers, of course. So here's what entrepreneurs and large organizations tend to do in most cases, which is the top. They come up with some great idea. They have an opinion about what that idea might be. They start spending resources, time, money, human capital, right? They go forward, they pitch it internally, they make a decision about whether to continue forward with this idea. They go plan for a year on how they're going to launch this thing, design it, build it, and then they go to market, right? Now it's in market. This is the first point where that product or service touches a customer. And as a result, that's the first chance for you to get feedback on that idea. And if it turns out that something was wrong along this way, then the idea either fails or has to be refined significantly, those kinds of things, right? So the process that you're learning through this course is to behave like this. So you start by observing the customer first. So you're learning from the customer right away, then have your idea, then run some experiments in front of the customer based on what you learn, change it all over again, and continue moving forward. And so you're getting a bunch of different interactions with the customer, a bunch of chances to be right or wrong, and learn from all of those interactions. It's a really iterative process. For those of you that have any sort of software background or those kinds of things, it's very akin to like Agile or Scrum or those types of methodologies. Very iterative. one small piece, go test it. So for those of you that have a science background, it's like the scientific method but applied to entrepreneurship. This is how do I have a hypothesis, go test that hypothesis with my customer and figure out how to change things based on what I learned. All right, so today, what we're gonna do is, I talked about taking your big idea and breaking it down into really small pieces. Those small pieces we call assumptions. We're gonna do that today. We're gonna identify what are the risky assumptions in your business model, and we're gonna design an experiment that you're gonna run over the course of the next week or faster if you can do it. That will be our focus.
This is
whoops. All right, so I want to tee up just a little bit about, so you've got the empathy, you've got the understanding for your customers, but I want to tee up just a little bit about why the behavioral experiments are important. So we'll watch a quick video.
This is an interesting product. A Japanese company has a new iPhone accessory called Senti. It's a little device that plugs into your phone and it releases the smell of your choice whenever you get a message, which is, it's great for people who love their phone but just wish it could be more like a candle. So every time you get a text message or an email, your phone will have a little puff of scented air will come out. The device costs $35, and each cartridge, which lasts 100 puffs, costs $5. By the way, if you have $40 to make your text messages smell like roast beef, you probably have too much money. But we wanted to see what Americans thought of the Senti. Unfortunately, it's only available in Japan. So instead, we went out on Hollywood Boulevard. We told people we had the Senti on our phone. We didn't actually, it was just a piece of plastic, but we told people that if they named a smell, if they said a smell into the phone, whatever fragrance they named would have the smell would come wafting out of it. And well, here's how that went on tonight's Imaginary Smell edition of Eyewitness News.
There's a new iPhone application that emits a scent. You say a common smell into it, and it comes out. You want to give it a try?
Yeah, give it a try.
Just say a common smell in there. You have to say a smell.
Growth.
Was it 3, 2, okay, it's ready.
Growth.
It's coming out now.
Yeah, oh my God. Wow, are you kidding?
You want to try another one?
Yeah.
Cinnamon roll.
Cinnamon roll.
Give it a second, say it in there.
Orange. Shut up. That's crazy. Are you serious? It's like a scratch and sniff sticker without scratching. Popcorn. Wow.
Just say a common sentence in there.
We.
Great. 3, 2, oh, good. Try that. I'll get to that.
Let's go.
What do you think? What does that remind you of?
Like Lappy Tappers. Purple Lappy Tappers.
Purple Lappy Tappers?
Apple.
3, 2, 1. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You smell it?
I got more. I got the pie.
Yeah, I got apple pie.
Coffee.
2, 1. Oh, now it's coming out. Anything? Can you smell the other people who I shoved this one up their nose? It's a new iPhone application that makes it smell. You say a certain scent into it, and give it a couple seconds, and it'll make that common scent. And try it?
Yeah.
Say something into that, a flavor, smell. Purple. 3, 2, 1. Yeah, give that a smell. Does it smell like purple?
Yeah.
You said? Go ahead, try another one.
Red.
Don't buy anything.
So now I'll ask you, why do we need to run behavioral experiments with our customers?
Because they lie.
Has anybody ever had that happen? Where you ask a customer for feedback on a product and they tell you what they think you want to hear? They don't want to call your baby ugly, right? they want to please you. They want to help you. They don't want to look bad in front of you, right? All of those things, like we're trained to do that, and so that's where the behavioral experiments come in. We've really got to understand how our customers are going to behave, not just what they tell us. So it's important to get the empathy and understand where they're coming from and those kinds of things, but you've got to back it up with real behavior. And the faster you can back it up with real behavior, the faster you can have confidence that you're headed in the right direction. And that's what this methodology is all about, just gaining confidence that your business model is the best business model possible. So you reduce the chances of failing later. Do that as early as possible. Any questions? Is this making sense so far?
Kind of how many customer development interviews do you really need to test your hypothesis before you start building something?
As many as you need to feel confident that you're building the right thing. So when you're seeing the same pattern over and over and over again, you can feel confident that you're headed in the right direction. If you've only heard 1 or 2 customers talk about this problem, then probably you need more, right? So it's about you, and it's about you feeling like you're building the right thing. There's really not a right number. Some teams will go, they'll interview a bunch of customers, they'll hear a problem, and then they'll go to test it, and they'll find out customers don't care about actually solving that problem. They'll go back and they'll have to interview hundreds more customers to find another problem, right? Or you get into the experimentation and you start finding that that there's something more important through that process. So you sort of come back and adjust. So it's this constant back and forth process. And so it's really hard to say exactly what number it takes. But the simple answer is you're going to do it until you see a pattern. When you can confidently say, I see this pattern, then you should feel pretty good.
Yeah, I just want to add, going back to this workshop that we did last week, we had one of our groups who went out and designed their experiment and started talking to people. And the people that were asking questions out and presenting this idea absolutely loved it. They loved it so much, in fact, that they got orders for their product on the first round. And $177,000 in orders after 1 round of talking to people. But they actually went back and they're like, this is not right. There's something fishy going on here. Let's really look and see what we're doing. Well, they were using a database that they had in their marketing department. And when they went through the database, they realized that when they narrowed it down to figure out who they were going to call, it was all their best customers, what they call their BFFs. So they said, okay, we need to go back and we need to actually find some potential customers that we've never interacted with to see if our results are actually the real deal. And when they did that, they found out that nobody wanted the product, not a single taker. So it's not just about how many people you're going to talk to, it's really about who is it. You have to make sure that you're finding the people that are going to give you true information and not just what you want to hear.
So we're not looking for any kind of statistical significance when it comes to these problems. I love that question. I love that one. My data background, business intelligence, that kind of stuff, like that's the world I came from, right? Six Sigma. How do you get to massive numbers, big customers, that kind of thing? Yes, you do want to get there eventually, but in order to get there, you've got to start with 1, right? There's no sense in going and pushing your product out to hundreds of customers, and then turns out that it's wrong, and now you've got to go back, right? So what you want to do is start with really small numbers. 1 customer. Okay, it worked. 5 customers. Hey, it worked again. 20 customers. It worked again. 100 customers. It worked again. All the way up to statistical significance. So you do want to eventually get to a big group, a big market, but you're taking baby steps in the direction there so that you know that you're building the right thing on your way there, instead of designing something that's for hundreds of customers and then turning out that it's wrong. Right? So it goes back to that chart that I was showing on the top versus the bottom, right? The end goal is still the same. You still want a big product in market that's solving a big important problem. You're just incrementally getting there instead of building it all at once.
And I have the same concern with Lean Six Sigma and things like that. But if like we only go to Tucson, it's very skewed. It could be very skewed. So
absolutely,
the question is interviewing beyond to wherever you think the market is going to be for you. Right?
So like in that case, what I would say is interview in Tucson until you're seeing a pattern that there's a problem that you can solve there. And when you're confident that that's there, you go, great. Now we can we start building a small business around that? And do we want to do some testing in some other markets to see if that signal is there also, and determine how to do that. So it's sort of a bowling pin strategy, right? You hit the easy one first, and then the other ones start to wobble. You understand a lot about the customer. So when you go to another market, you're learning a little bit instead of all of it, right? So you should be able to speed that up.
So I had a question. I did a design for a vaporizer for a customer, and I did a prototype, a functioning prototype, sent them to a trade show in Denver for weed. So sent to a trade show there and said, try it out. Again, 978 people try it out. We have a single complaint.
Yeah.
But since I wasn't there, I was skeptical of the data because who's going to try it?
Right.
Right, not grandma and grandpa, right?
It's all a trade show.
It's all people that are at the trade show, they're going to do it anyways.
Yeah.
And my advice to him in the next one in San Francisco was to try and find people that didn't use that. It's like a concentrate. See, I don't smoke, so it was kind of a hard thing for me to do it. They call it a dab. So for people that don't use that and just maybe roll a joint or something,
right?
What would they think of it? But I couldn't think of anything else to tell him to bring better data for. He went through 3 or 4 different prototypes, functioning prototypes, before actually doing injection mold and stuff. But that's all I could give him.
Yeah.
I didn't have any other advice. So what would you do in that same situation?
Yeah. So in that case, it goes back to what Anna was just saying, which is that he wasn't testing with the right customer. Yes. If the trade show, but a lot of times you're looking for buyers at the trade show, stuff like that, large organizations, which may work for a little while, but if those organizations buy the product and then customers aren't buying the product from them, they're not going to reorder. And
See,
so
this is one that it was both, right? So you so it's like I don't even know what it's called. It's a really big event. So there's both there.
So you have to parse that out. Then you would say here, what's the feedback from the buyers? What's the feedback from the end users? And how do you go from there? In that case, was he selling them?
Yeah, he was taking orders at the time.
Okay,
but see, we didn't have injection mold. So he's limited in volume.
Yeah.
So it was how quickly could we turn? But he did take some orders at the time and we filled them.
Yeah.
Now he's actually getting to the point where he's gotten more product than orders. So he's,
right.
But he's got to get to a lot of those trade shows to bring those larger orders in.
That makes sense. Yeah. So in that case, I would be really sure that you're confident that the product works for the end customer and that the end customer will buy it, the end customer will reuse it, all those kinds of things before going to the resellers or the wholesalers to have them buy larger chunks of it, because you run the risk of selling it to all of them based on their belief that they could resell it to their customers. If it doesn't sell well, then you're stuck. So if you've got a business to business type model or business to business to consumer type model, oftentimes you still have to test your product with the end consumer to understand the impact that it has. The benefit though is that you have data about the end consumer's behaviors for this new product, and so when you're going back to the resellers or the wholesalers, you can use that as part of your sales pitch to get them to buy it, because now you understand how consumers are really going to behave with it. It's a much different conversation than, hey, just give this thing a shot, try it out. You actually have data that shows that they use it, that they'll buy it, those kinds of things. It's a much different conversation. All right, cool. Let's move on. Let's get it. So we talked about most of this, I think. So convert your opinions into facts with real data, inform those decisions, separate say versus do with customers, get real behavior with them, and generate the evidence to move forward. So I think we talked about all of that. So we're going to share just a couple quick experiment examples. If you want to share one, feel free to. I'll start with, actually, this is a good one since we were talking about the business to business and wholesalers. So this is a really large paper products company that, swear to God, they've got stuff everywhere. And they've also got a subsidiary that manufactures the stuffing for pillows. So probably every pillow that you have has their stuffing in it. But they decided that they wanted to start selling direct to consumer instead of going through middlemen. They want to sell direct to consumer, and they thought that with their stuffing they could have one of the best pillows around that anybody would love. So we're running one of these workshops. We're in a hotel in Atlanta. The riskiest assumption was that customers would choose their pillow over some of the other pillows that were out there. And so they went and they bought some of the best pillows that they could find at the store. It wasn't theirs. They hadn't made the pillows yet. None of that existed yet. Completely just idea phase. They went and bought some of the best high-end pillows they could find at a local store. They convinced the hotel owner to let them set up a table up in front and ask people that were coming in. The owner said, don't talk to them before they've checked in. Once they've checked in, you're welcome to talk to them. And they basically set up this little sign see that's the top of like a FedEx box. And they ask customers, do you want to take one of these pillows up to your room? These are the best pillows around, et cetera, et cetera. We'd like for you to just take it up to your room. And they stood out front. They couldn't get any customers to take their pillows. One of the things that they discovered through running this experiment over the course of a couple hours, there were a bunch of women business travelers that had just had their hair done, and they were carrying silk pillowcases with them. And the pillows wouldn't fit in the silk pillowcases. And the guys that were on this team, it was all men. The guys had no idea that women sometimes do this. And they're like, oh my God, like there's this customer segment that we had no idea existed. In a couple of hours, there were even a few customers that carry their own pillows with them because of neck problems and things like that. So they discovered a lot of different valuable insights from running that experiment. None of the customers would take their pillow. In a case where they're at a hotel and they're just saying, take the pillow for free, take it up to your room, nobody would take the pillow. They're like, okay, we need to figure something else out to really get that across to our customers. This one at the top, this is a team from GE. These are all employees. They were HR employees that were chartered with getting employees inside the organization to eat healthier. And they had this idea that they would basically go into all the vending machines across all of the different GE buildings, and they'd take out all of the unhealthy snacks, and they'd replace them with only healthy snacks. But of course, the team was really worried that employees would be pissed. They'd be like, no, I get to choose that, not you, right? And that they'd be upset by that. So what they did here, this small little picture, they've got all these little bags, and on the bags it says healthy snack and less healthy snack on the bags. And they take this tray out and they walk up to employees and they'd say, which snack would you like, right? See which snack the employee picks. Well, they believe that, again, people not wanting to look bad, that they would still pick the healthy one even though they really want to be unhealthy, right? They don't want to look bad in front of the other person. You want to be perceived as being healthy, right? So what they did was in the unhealthy bags, they put a healthy snack. And in the healthy bags, they put an unhealthy snack. And they wanted to see if employees would be like, oh, you got the wrong one, and try to trade it. Would they go through the extra effort of trading the snack for the one that they really wanted? In this case, it turned out that most of the employees did make the trade. And so their next test was they ran an experiment where they took all the junk food out of one of the existing machines, and they basically stand off to the side and observe people as they come up and try to look for signs of them being upset about only having healthy snacks and see if they actually bought anything from the machine, those kinds of things. They're now rolling this program across most of their sites. They found that the backlash they were worried about didn't really happen. We're totally fine having the healthy snacks, and if they want junk food, they can get it somewhere else. So now this is something that's been driving a lot of employee engagement internally for them. So it applies for internal projects as well as customer-facing projects and products. Any that stand out for you, Anna? You want to share?
Do you have the Embrace example?
The what?
Embrace.
Go ahead.
So I think this example will be great for you guys. So there's, I don't know if you guys are familiar with the IDEO school. Is that the D school? It's out of Stanford, and they solve really big world problems. And one of the teams was assigned to work on the death rate of newborn babies in India. And so they went out trying to figure out how they could possibly solve this. And they found out that one of the reasons why these babies were dying is that they just didn't have enough fat on them when they were born. And so they couldn't regulate their temperature. So, well, the obvious solution is to just throw some incubators at it, right? So right before they were thinking, okay, we need to start doing some fundraising so we can go buy a bunch of incubators, put them all on a plane, and they sent them out into the field to find out what the real problem was. Well, it turns out that they walked into the hospital and there's actually a bunch of incubators there already. And they're like, well, they're empty. Where are all the babies? I'm like, well, the babies aren't born in hospitals. Most of the babies are born at home, out in the villages, in the rural areas. And in most cases, they don't have the time or the wherewithal to get their babies to the hospital when they need this care. So the team realized, okay, incubators is not going to solve the problem. Let's figure out what will. And they developed this little baby sleeping bag. That's essentially what it looks like, that would keep the baby warm. And so they created a few prototypes, took them back out there, and had the things distributed to different moms, and then went into the houses to see how the moms were using them. Well, they were pretty happy with this little sleeping bag that actually had a little package that you could warm and stick it in there to keep it at the temperature that it needed to be. It's great, no electricity, very inexpensive, easy to transport, easy to get it to the moms. Problem solved, right? Well, it turns out that once they went into the houses and watched the moms actually using it, they found one little thing that they never would have realized if they hadn't been in there with the moms. They had a real hesitancy in using Western medicine. Turns out that whenever they were given Western medicine, they would cut the dosage because they figured this is going to be really strong and this is not something that I want to give my child. So whatever, whether it was a Tylenol or any kind of medication, cough syrup, whatever, if they said use a teaspoon, they'd use half a teaspoon. So this little device that was in the Embrace, they actually had to warm it up to be able to use it. And so what they were doing is they weren't warming it up enough. So the babies were still dying. And the only way that they could figure this out is by observing them and going back and experimenting and coming back with new additions, whatever. And they're a real company now, right? They're selling these and they've had really good results.
So how did they overcome the problem?
Well, I mean, and that's the thing. When you're running these experiments, the tendency is always to think technical feasibility first. And sometimes you kind of have to, okay, I'm going to ignore the fact that this product doesn't exist and that I'm not really sure that it abides the laws of physics. This is what I think will solve my customer's problem. And then once you realize that you found a good solution, then you worry about the technical feasibility. I mean, they were using these space-age materials and whatnot to develop this little package that would keep the baby warm. And ultimately, it was really a simple solution. They had a thermometer on the packet. So when the mom put it in the I think they heated it in hot water, they would pull it out and it would say, okay, you reached the right temperature, and then they would put it in there. But since the moms were worried about the potency of what they were using, they would heat it up to halfway. So there was a judgment call involved in using it. So they eliminated that judgment call by making the pack turn either green, go, or red, stop. So as long as it was red, it wasn't ready to go. When it turned green, then it was ready to go. So there's no opportunity for them to say, oh, I like the yellow part. That's where I'm going to, no. It's either good or it's not. And that apparently is all that did it for them to be able to solve the problem.
Hopefully those help get your wheels spinning a little bit about things that you can apply in your own businesses. In your binders, you'll see a page that's got this loop on it. This is a tool that we use to design a single experiment.
In the very back of the binder, just to help you.
So I'm going to give a quick example of use of that tool from a real team. So we had a team that we were working with that was supposed to figure out a new way for remote groups to be able to collaborate. They believed that they could do sort of a virtual reality type situation where people could put on the virtual reality goggles. I can be in Tucson, somebody else can be on the East Coast somewhere, and we can be in a virtual meeting room together, right? So that's the innovation that this team was working on. So the at the top of the tool, well, that's almost unreadable. Cool. At the top of the tool, on the top left, there are 3 boxes. One says customer, one says problem, one says solution. So in this case, their customer was a business user that was disconnected from their team, remote from their team. The problem that customer had was that they wanted to be able to collaborate, with their colleagues across the world. And they believed the solution was this virtual reality headset that they could build that would solve that problem for them around collaboration. The team started out by brainstorming all of the assumptions that they were making about this new product or service, right? This says actually use the goggles, right? Will the customer put the goggles on their head? I can't read the other ones. Holy crap. They can get approval to purchase internally. Some other ones. But these are all sub behaviors that have to be true from your customer in order for this product to work, right? Will they buy it? Will they put it on? Will they keep from damaging it? Will their boss think they're screwing around at work while they've got the goggles on, right? All those kinds of things that have to be true for this new product to be viable. So in this case, they felt the assumption that was the riskiest is that people would put on the goggles. If they won't put on the goggles, I don't know if you guys saw what happened with like Google Glass, right? The people that wear the Google Glass all the time, it would be referred to as glass holes. So like there's that sort of stigma around putting the goggles on your face at the office, right? Or you can sit there and look silly while all your colleagues are walking around the office, right? So they felt that was the riskiest thing. If they can't get the customers to put the goggles on, it doesn't matter. They don't need to build the product. That's all they've got to figure out. So the behavior is they will pick the goggles up and they will put them on. That's the only behavior we need the customer to do. If we can get them to do that, we have a little bit of confidence that we're headed in the right direction. Just a little bit. We still got to get the answers to all of these questions too, but if we can get them to put the goggles on, we know they're not going to feel stupid or less stupid. So we believe that 60% of the customers that we ask to put these goggles on will do that, will exhibit that behavior. And our experiment is we're going to create a really lightweight prototype. We're going to set up a booth in the lobby of the Toyota office where they were, and we're going to see if people will come and try the goggles on. If they'll do that with a group of people around, we'll have a little bit of confidence that we're headed in the right direction. So that is the anatomy of an experiment. That's the process that we're going to take you through over the next hour. You guys are going to design a single experiment for your businesses using this toolkit. All right? And we're going to walk you through each step one by one. So don't feel like you have to memorize everything I'm throwing at you right now. When you combine the customer behavior plus the metric, you end up with a hypothesis. So if we present our prototype, 60% will put it on. So you get if we do this, then some percentage of customers will behave in this way. An observable behavior, not they say they like it or they say they're interested or those kinds of things. No, this is they have to grab the goggles, put the goggles on, and wear them for a little while. Otherwise, we're not going to count. Making sense? All right, here we go. Enough talking. Let's start. Let's get to work. So the first step for you guys is those 3 boxes on the top left. Your customer, your problem, and your solution. So based on the interviews that you've conducted, based on the interactions you've had with your customers, you're basically going to end up with 3, there's Post-it notes spread around, you're going to end up with 3 Post-it notes. 1, who is my early adopter customer? Based on the customers you guys have interviewed, who's the one that has the strongest pain point you think you should go after solving? What does that customer look like? Probably not their demographics or those kinds of things, right? This is in the example I just gave around Oculus, right? It was an enterprise employee that had a team members that were distributed across the globe that they wanted to be able to collaborate with, not 57 years old business professional kind of thing, right? This is a situation and a person. Then second Post-it is what problem does my customer have? So write that problem in your customer's words. I have trouble collaborating with people across the world, right? It's difficult to collaborate with my colleagues who are on other parts of the planet, whatever, but that should be in your customer's words, a quote from your customer. And then last is, how am I going to solve that one problem for that one customer? So I believe I can build, virtual reality goggles that will allow them to collaborate. So 3 Post-it notes for your business. Any questions on that? We'll float around and help out too.
I'm going to bring the big version of this up because it's hard to read on the side of that. So if you're wondering what that looks like, because you can't read the -2 point font, this is what the actual leaflet looks like. So you can feel free to get up and go look at it if that's helpful.
Can you still see the screen?
No, that's okay. I know. I can see it. That's good.
Okay now?
Yeah.
Okay. You can move around, folks. It's good to be up. Yes. Yes. Customer is the first one. Customer segment. So make sure you're getting a narrow enough segment that's predictable. Right? A segment.
Yeah, so we're not trying to
That's right. Here's another copy because I lost it. Pick any one of those three at all. So for an experiment, so like you might say, right, so that would be a great place to experiment because you haven't done anything, right? We got one of the things, right? Yeah, so this we had a lot of want to talk about it. She had a lot of good information. But that might, so you could already come with, but it would either be therapists or camp directors making the decision, like the camp person making the decision, or a mom trying to teach. And you actually have two different mom and reactionary mom and thrive.
Right.
From our perspective.
Okay, so pick one of them.
Pick one. We're gonna pick one customer segment, one customer archetype.
What was that business called? Embrace?
Embrace.
I haven't heard the business name. I heard the story about the business name.
So you might pick a chunk of it. Would you do a lot of business with a certain type of customer? Okay, good. There you go.
Any specific type of orthodontist? Or is there, can you add more detail to that?
Yeah.
Is there a situation that an orthodontist is in that makes your product or makes the main point?
Yes,
You just want butts and seats. You just want some patience in the door.
Is it a size though? I mean, is it an orthodontist just starting out or an orthodontist who's got a million practice?
Oh,
That's
yeah,
a different kind of
bigger,
testing.
bigger, you know.
Yeah. So you got to, really try to narrow that segment down so you can get to somebody you can test.
It needs to be a segment.
Anybody needs another.
Right, you need a big enough group that you'll be able to have some impact.
So that's not good.
So we're not judging the size of it at this point. No.
Yeah. Do you have like
You'll
one
get there.
individual?
I've got one customer that has a problem. I think I can help some. I don't know if that's exactly what you want.
What's the problem?
I have to use condoms.
I think I've only had one loop and they don't have
The structure isn't quite right, so it's going to be
There's more.
traditional.
Well, there's a couple of back here.
So I gave them a bunch of different options of things that they could do, all of which they don't want to spend any money at all. So now they're looking to see new.
So your customer?
No, I really.
So what are the segments of customers that come into your school? Types of students you're trying to- Well, we can take this block. You've got two different persons.
What are
All right. Okay.
So take a step back.
So
Okay.
let's take.
Don't
you
think
got
about.
the habit of psychology.
Okay. First, try to hold it. So
No money.
well, right. I mean, is the problem the money or is the problem that they have a bad design?
Service.
Service.
I think the design, well, I think.
Yeah, that would be like.
Designs and then design. So yeah, maybe a bad design for somebody is a problem.
So what is the bad design?
There's more likely to have this problem.
Okay.
It's gonna cost
Not
them
that
more
I'm
money.
trusting in the product versus.
Okay,
Well,
what does it
what's the
cost
actual
them?
Probably they're a lawyer or something.
Perfect.
Yeah,
So we need to make it.
They probably get, I know they get complaints from
That are better for you.
their patients that are sitting in the chair and they either feel like they're gonna fall through or, I mean, that one looks okay. Structurally, they're, you sit down and you feel like you're gonna fall.
So electronics.
Design.
Control systems, decision mechanisms.
Right.
So then would you say that the top, okay, so we got a problem of
Just
poorly
tell them what's low in
designed,
your shot.
office furniture.
Right.
You can test, figure out which, because you're making a bunch of assumptions about the different kinds of bagging. And then we can test those.
Who
More
suffers?
experimenting around.
Offering that you have
Simple part,
all custom.
Yeah,
They're-
so it would look
For this
And
guy,
what
it's
is that
working more just.
for
Yeah.
the owner?
It could be,
Patient suffering.
basically like build a
You know,
prototype.
yeah,
You
I know
measure
they
it,
get
you know,
judgments, but they told you to.
Okay.
So
I mean, your
So you would say to
background
him,
is so they know how to
oh,
fix
okay,
it.
well,
But do they know that they have that problem?
Yes.
There.
The doctors, they do.
Okay, so then,
Really like, what do I want to put in
and
that?
so then your customer would be. Okay, and in particular, if you can go to the site further and say, you know, who is the person who makes this decision?
Yeah.
That'll help you later on.
Who needs more time?
But you can, I mean, this is an experiment, right? So it doesn't even have to get it right now.
Right.
If this
One
is
more minute.
your thinking,
1 minute.
you'll design an
Yeah.
experiment
You're already-
or proving whether you're on the right track.
Yeah, and I
Wait, it says 5 minutes up there.
What?
It still says 5.
It still says 5 seconds. The timer's over here.
Oh, you didn't mention that.
Sorry about that.
Old radio guy like me, he's always watching the clock.
Well, you wait a second, wait for a second.
Top of the
Okay,
hour.
think about the solution right there.
I'm so glad I don't have to
Okay,
watch the
first-
clock anymore.
Okay, and I can start the cost already?
Yeah.
So just put the bullet.
Yeah, and it doesn't necessarily have to go.
It's probably wrong anyway, so don't get too hung
Just look right and see.
up. Be flexible. It's gonna be wrong.
And
anyway.
then later on.
We'll figure out what's right. That's the whole point.
But for
Yeah.
now, that's fine.
Okay, okay.
All right, everybody good?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We got something? All right.
Do it. All right, good. So now this is our starting point. This is our stake in the ground. This stake in the ground is only in the ground until you run the experiment. You get another chance to come back and adjust this, fine tune it based on what you learned from the experiment. So this stake in the ground is not you committing to building this business. It's you committing to building one experiment that'll probably take you a few hours time. And so that's why my comment about you're probably wrong. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about getting it right. Just assume it's going to be wrong. Make a best guess, but the goal is to get out in front of customers as quickly as possible. The more time we spend in here, the more time that's potentially wasted, and the answers are outside this room. So first step in designing our experiment, now that we've got a stake in the ground, is to figure out what are all the assumptions we're making about this business model. So an assumption is something that's taken for granted. We assume that it's true, right? We don't have any proof around it yet. We have a feeling or a hunch, but we don't have any proof. We have no data to back this thing up. One question you can ask yourself is, if you believe something's true, how do I know that that thing is true, right? If you can come up with past experiences, past data, those kinds of things, then it's probably not an assumption, it's a fact. So if you're looking for opinions versus facts, in this case, to say versus do. At this point in time, with a brand new business idea, it's very likely that pretty much everything in your business model is an assumption. So I would challenge you to put yourself in that frame of mind. Say, you know what, this is an opportunity for me to challenge every part of my business and really push the boundaries and make sure that you've got data to back up every single one of those assumptions. So what we're going to do first, we're going to take finding our riskiest assumption, we're going to break that into 2 steps. The first step is a brainstorm. We're going to brainstorm what are all of the things that must be true for this product or service to be successful in market. What I'd like for you to do is write them as if they're true. My customer will exhibit this behavior. My customer will sign up for the product. Customer will install this in their office, right? Customer will do these things. Write them in the affirmative. We're going to go prove whether they're right or wrong, but write them in the affirmative. It makes it a little easier to kind of get around it in your head. So one assumption per Post-it note. Write out as many assumptions as you can over the course of the next 10 minutes. One tip is think about from the first point where your customer sees or understands or learns about your product, they first get made aware of your product, through the point where they start using it, through the point where they set it up at their office, through the point where they need to call your customer service team, through the point where they're super excited about the impact that it's had on themselves or their business, to the point where they're telling their friends about it, right? There's a bunch of behaviors your customer has to exhibit through that process in order for your product to work. So if you sort of think about the life cycle your customer has to go through, that'll help you find a bunch of different assumptions. Does that make sense? All right, awesome. As many assumptions as possible over the next 10 minutes, 1 assumption per post, please. And I'll start the timer on my watch. So this is maybe that's right. We use the assumption that the customer will, it's a behavior assumption. Because it's hard to measure a desire, right? I assume it's right on that.
So we can do
Grandma's
will.
with the solution or.
Up here? Right, so that's
You know,
usually
the
when you
behavior
put
is
them into
associated
an
with
actual
Yeah,
activity.
so if-
So the custom, so give me one of your assumptions.
So they're looking for
I think that's a great solution, but assumption is that they'll go home. Well, the basic problem is that there's too much to start a business. I have an idea, but so the problem is there's no place for roads. So one of the assumptions to me is that they'll come, we tell them where to go, and they'll go home. They won't follow.
Whatever those things are.
That's an assumption. They walk away from the chamber today. I don't think they're going downtown to an office to get.
So think about, okay, so say you put together, what's your product?
Behavior we can test. Want to make sure the product is assumptions and things that
Or the solution?
The solution is a welcoming, helpful, and resource-rich location for sister serve. As a catalyst to get lower prices. So it's the basic, somebody walks in and wants their fee, that might be what we need to say.
Okay, what would need to be true in order for a customer to
That's a good one.
utilize that service?
It's not
Those
the
are the assumptions.
Those are the assumptions.
But there's also the
So start
customers who
with,
taste the wine first will buy more wine. That's an
There's
important test.
no other ones.
There's a reason people do taste tests. Right. So I wonder if
Right,
that has an
make
impact.
sure that there's data behind that. Are they gonna go to this place? Is that really-
Any questions? Doing all right?
So far, yeah, I'm just trying to draw, especially, well, right, because I'm trying to especially figure out what this experiment is going to look like. So,
We'll get there.
yeah, right, that's my problem, I'm jumping ahead.
Try to stay here.
I promise, yeah, I'm working.
No worries. All right.
So in in this one, so the customer will inquire about school. There's this particular customer, the particular things they're inquiring about, we can do it with you, right? Will they inquire about job opportunities? Will they inquire about all this other questions?
And the nice thing about these brainstorms is you know that later on we're gonna ask you to take through them, right? You can write stuff down, follow where your head goes, and you'll have a chance to.
Okay, so you got those are great. That's the life cycle of your student. Now break those down a little bit more. We start with science city, every class.
I started my presentation.
Yeah.
Maybe get you
Whatever, Justin.
Yes or no, it's all theoretical. You're not investing anything in it. Get it wrong, that's okay.
Yeah.
What do you still have?
Nice.
In so much I can't conduct experiments, I only have 2 customers that currently have this.
Okay.
Three that currently have this.
Yeah.
3 that you've identified
Okay.
that have this problem.
Right.
So that's really the group.
Oh, I'm sure
Usually the
there
working.
are.
And that's what you're trying to
Yeah,
get.
we're gonna use Monday.
Good.
And it's all for them, well, my.
So think about all those
They
things
all
that we're talking
don't
about.
have money to do
How do you
one,
validate
and
whether they're actually true?
they want a lot.
She represented.
Well, okay, so right now we were talking.
Or she's one person.
On Monday, we're gonna be about that.
Well, it is.
Customer
This is
identified,
like
the
Okay.
problem identified,
Yeah, sure.
and you have a solution.
Girl Scouts.
Yes.
So you know they're capable.
About halfway done.
We
5
don't
more
wanna
minutes.
run.
That's a whole other group.
Good, okay. So let's go to this. We're gonna have the truth groups, right? Summary groups, right? So what are the assumptions were they? Big assumptions that they will choose.
That's like very expensive.
They will choose an activity that has a social good.
Right.
We don't know for sure,
The
right?
solution is to work with them.
We assume that.
Right.
We know that.
So, what are some of the assumptions? Like, I asked you earlier, do your customers know that they have this problem? Okay, they do not. All right.
Yeah, all 3 of them do.
Especially the stuff that you're thinking about that in your mind is a no-brainer, slam dunk. That's obvious. Those are things you want to write down.
See, anytime you say, I think, that's an assumption.
Because that's often the thing that kills you when you actually get into the market.
So I think we should do recognize.
Maybe behavior. Well, doesn't have to be about metric. Yeah, just the behavior.
Okay.
But a lot of people have a
So
problem.
one of the things our students
Yeah.
gain confidence.
Okay?
You know, what else has to take place?
So
in order
students
for them
want,
to develop
students will choose a program where they gain confidence, right?
What else
Yeah.
has to be true in order for them to develop their solution?
Could be as simple as you can set the program A or program B. And one of them to get that, right?
I have.
There's a lot of different ways to test it. He's going to show you all the cool experiments.
So that's one.
If anybody, you don't have anybody.
Don't
Nope,
think about
but we're
yourself.
just getting in the
Think
habit
about
of,
them. Close your eyes and envision that you're in the
broadcasting.
one of your clients.
Because I've got
And think
flaws
about all the
from
things
DC.
that you,
So we'll
when
do
they
it
go
via
through all of their activities. So for example, if they have time to, redo their office.
every cohort so far.
That's an assumption,
Right.
that my client will have time to commute to the office, that they'll have the budget,
Yeah.
that the decision maker cares.
Is it extra?
Yeah.
Right,
It's
so
not
all
exactly
of
what
the
they
things.
want.
And this one I
We're
will.
only taking people that are stating.
They obviously care.
Right, but that, there's
What
the
was that
ones
statement?
that we're trying to do, we're trying to get.
There's a whole business, is a multi-million-dollar company. helping
So,
schools get better.
You gotta break down with assumptions, even though they may be true for one,
Yeah.
so you gotta figure out whether it's gonna be true widely enough to make it.
That's the investment.
Which is okay. I mean, really, right now, it's okay to go through it and then realize, oh, that's not really the experiment I wanted to run.
Yeah.
Okay, once you know how to do it.
We're iterating as we go.
3 minutes to go.
Okay.
Try to get out as many as possible.
Keep writing even when you think
It's all about quantity over quality right now.
Yes.
We'll figure out quality next. More the better.
I should focus on the copy here for it. These are where this is. We'll start this year. She dropped the thing this year. David, Andrew, Nick. Two of them overseas dealing with investments that have now just happened.
I was going to say slackers, but
Like, you're flying to Europe to pick up the check.
no.
I'll be right back.
Cool.
And that's just for the first one, right? Or-
No, for all of them.
Just for the important ones.
Right, right.
You're stuck. Fast forward yourselves like 3 years into the future, 5 years into the future. Think about if this thing fails, what are the things that would have caused it to fail? Those are the things you want down now. I know it sounds a little negative, but better to get it out of the way now than later. You're doing a pre-mortem instead of a post-mortem. One minute to go.
So happy with the fact that it's crazy. Oh my God.
I didn't take a jacket to Chicago. I was dumb.
I had a very nice jacket.
Yeah.
And it was not enough.
Well, on Monday,
Right.
it's like plus 80 degrees. Boom, 30. Okay, what's going on here?
I'm playing jokes on us Arizonans.
Yeah, I
It's
think
all
so.
on purpose.
We brought the cold with us.
Yeah.
The security guard out there really likes his offer.
I think they're running karaoke in the wing joint in front.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. And apparently there's not a whole lot of people there, so there's some guys singing opera, the rest of them go, I just want wings. How the hell is that?
All right, we're going to move on to the next task. I know that 10 minutes is not enough to get everything out about your business model. Usually I run these as like 7 minutes, so I give you guys a couple extra minutes on it. the thing is that as you interact with customers, as you get out and do more of these, each time you go run an experiment, you're going to peel back the onion another layer, and you're going to find more assumptions that you're making you didn't realize you were making. So as you find them, write them down at that point and add them to your map. So don't worry about getting them all right now. You're going to find more and more over time, and then figure out how important those are to be able to test for this business model. So hence why it's okay to kind of skip past and not do all of it right now. You've got enough to get started, and you'll figure out what the most important ones over time. Again, not about being right, about being wrong. So in the center of this loop tool is a 2x2 grid. Which is there a version of this in there? In the center of the loop. Oh, okay, cool. So you can basically just use the 8.5 by 11 to be able to do this. But on the horizontal axis, you've got known over here versus unknown over here. So what the process you're going to go through is you're going to prioritize all of these assumptions that you just made to try to find the one that's the riskiest assumption. So on the horizontal axis, the known versus unknown. If you have data for this question already, or if you're confident that you're right about it and that you've got experience around it, then it's probably going to be over here toward the left on the known side. If you can go Google for the answer to this question and get the answer pretty quickly, it's probably something you don't need to worry about much. You don't need to run a behavioral experiment. So it's being more to the left on the known side. On the right-hand side, unknown, this is, I have no data, I have no backup for this assumption. I have no idea whether this thing is true or not. So it's going to be further over to the right on the unknown side. Vertical axis is crucial versus not crucial. How crucial is this assumption to your overall business model working? If this assumption, if this assumption is so crucial that it's going to blow my entire business model up, then it's probably something that's going to be higher up on the spectrum. It's something that's a little less crucial that you can sort of work around or those kinds of things. It's going to be down near the bottom. And so over the next, how long is it? Over the next 7 minutes, your job is to prioritize all of your assumptions you just came up with on this 2x2 grid to determine which ones you know the least about that are most crucial to your business model, because these are the ones that you want to try to figure out how to test first. So we're identifying which area to focus on first. Does that make sense? So try taking one Post-it, get one Post-it on there in the right spot as kind of a starting point, as an anchor, and then start putting your other ones in there.
The big ones? Yeah, I got one. Note for next time, make more big prints. Them all around the room. Yeah, exactly. Someone needs to, they can use this one. Yeah. Anybody want to volunteer to use this one? I am so clear. Right. We can also draw one on the back, so if you need another one who wants to stick up there, that'll work. The cleaner and the rag is over there too.
I made another 2x2 on the back of this whiteboard if anybody wants to use it.
There's no one on the other side of the whiteboard. Good to go. It's going to be just the other side. It'll be a grid. Just a whiteboard. It works. Go.
Just needed the top half.
All right, so here's the thing. Within that grid, I want to know, we want that to be all the way out. So you need to figure out with the unknown and critical and crucial, what is the most unknown, most crucial? So within that quarter, I want you to even do that again. Yeah, the upper right. We want to get to the most unknown, most crucial assumption, the deal breaker.
Exactly.
Right?
And they'll be, as you're doing that, they'll sort of feel like dominoes. There'll be one of them that's like a head domino. If you hit that one, the rest of them get a little easier. So as you're prioritizing, think about that.
Well, what's the one that for sure you can't, if it doesn't work, you can't, the business doesn't work, right? Okay. So, okay, that's probably, you're starting to get there? Okay, right?
I just feel like I don't have any not so assumptions because I feel like I don't have so much energy to focus on crucial assumptions. So how valuable is having non-crucial assumptions? It's just the way that you can prioritize. If you feel comfortable with the assumptions that you come up with, and they happen to all be crucial, and that's fine. But I would think that I'm going to make sure.
What do you got, Ben? What's the most crucial unknown?
And then go, okay, just say,
Try one. What are the assumptions at the end?
Even if they're all crucial,
I mean, yeah, the customer will buy.
and I see that you've got you already did that.
Is it another set of assumptions? Strong desire
So is that the most
is afraid of marketing.
Is this the most?
Doesn't currently do much. What are the behaviors that lead you to pull the trigger? You've been working this funnel for a long time, so I know you know.
Well, that's the thing. From my notes, my interviews that they are hustling on that. They do not have a very tangible way to do it, but they are interested in something that's good for jump on. But of course, I need to take that.
Well, first, strongest assumption is that on your interviews, that customers will prefer a measurable marketing solution, right? Some of the closing applications, right? So that's an assumption. One customer told you that they would prefer a measurable marketing program.
Right, so you need to.
3 people. Okay, so that's a pretty strong assumption. Right? And in fact, we heard that you don't need to sell it. It doesn't matter what they buy.
They're all female.
Because that's
So we
my
wanna,
assumption.
that's something that we can get.
Because oftentimes we say there's no money.
We can actually
Yeah.
run a
But when it
solution.
becomes a bigger problem, you
Right.
will do
The solution gets built to the combination of the interview, the business
Right.
modeling,
So.
and the experimentation.
All right, so then down the road, you know, they've got really distributed, they've already my recommendation, plans, so on. Will they already actually, will they have the right target to send it to? Will they actually bring the opportunities? Will people respond in a quick manner or drag on? Will they be happy with X number of customers actually coming in the door?
So that when.
If this works, will they buy it again? Would they, some other orthodontists do this if I already demonstrated it
There's no
before?
way wrong, I know.
Yeah.
Having neurons that have never touched together.
The fundamental difference is you're offering a different type of product, and your assumption is that customers will prefer that product over your current product.
Who will they take for the extra?
They want to, if that's the assumption you're making, put it in. That is a measurable experiment that we can run. Because if they don't prefer it, there's no point in this.
Keep it next to your chair, so when you're in the bathroom, you're reading something, you have someone to write it down. And you have it.
It's the gym, so I have to.
That's something that says you're okay.
Little notebook, you'll be on the treadmill with a little notebook. All right, I'm terrible, I'm trying to do something.
You are.
Right, so.
The problem is they themselves versus you got like
Yes, it does.
Because we're gonna test it.
It is exciting.
So that's, which also never So this is the most one. Oh, that's really like version of mine. I thought that they were good. They were just okay. This is the most direct one. Yeah, two. You need two proposals. And decide which one's most important because of
You went to a trade show. There was a cat toy that's 90% of the trade show.
Okay.
Now,
Yeah.
Anybody not done?
I know. That's why we have to blow something up.
Yeah, that's the problem with these guys. Is I had that big business
Most juices, man, you get bored, most juices, you get the big pools.
I know, I just go for it. I like it.
Anybody not ready to move on?
So is this our assumption?
Like, so that would be the belief of it.
For this customer set?
For that customer set.
Okay.
I mean, here's the, I'm sorry, real quick. The question is more crucial to your business, is more crucial than
Did anybody not choose the riskiest assumption already? You guys haven't chosen the riskiest one yet?
They've got one that they think. I'm challenging a little bit on, is it that crucial to the business, right?
Did you guys already pick a crucial one? No. You guys have already picked your lead domino? Beautiful. So let's give these guys just a minute to wrap up and pick theirs, and then we'll move on.
Okay. If you want to go, it doesn't matter if you want It's an important issue for you guys, all the segments, so I think it's important.
Design.
Yeah. I feel like my son is on it. That's a very crucial assumption. Okay, we're good. We got it. Yep.
Awesome. All right. So the reason that we zero in on one assumption that we're going to go test, this is what allows us to run the experiments really quickly. This allows us to run something really small and not have to test the entire business model. We just chip away at it piece by piece. What ends up happening is that all of the assumptions that are up in the upper right are things that you're going to have to go get the answers to eventually. But we're going to pick them off one at a time so that we can move really quickly. And if it turns out we were wrong about the one that was up in front, we adjust our business model, and now we've got a new set of assumptions for that new business model. And so it gives you that chance to learn the answers quickly. And if this is not going to work, learn it immediately instead of learning 2 years from now or a year from now, where it can be. I've launched so many businesses where I was like, oh, that's 2 years, I'm not gonna get back. So, all right, next step. We've got an assumption that we're gonna test. Now we need to create a hypothesis. We're trying to get to a falsifiable hypothesis that puts that stake in the ground again. It's a forcing function because as humans, we will exhibit confirmation bias, right? If we don't say, here's what I think is gonna happen before it happens, we'll come back and we'll go, yeah, that's what I thought was gonna happen, and we'll keep moving forward, right? So this is a way to hold yourselves accountable and make sure that you're learning against the assumptions. So the hypothesis is made up of 3 variables, the X, Y, and Z. If we, the business, do this thing, some percentage of our customers are going to exhibit this behavior, right? We want to see the customers jump through whatever that hoop is we're going to create to separate their say versus their do. So, oh, I just talked about that. Great, we're good. Fast. So the first thing that I want you to do is think about the Z. And it's probably very directly tied to the single assumption that you just picked. But think about what are all the things that I might see my customer do that would tell me that this assumption is true or not. Just the one assumption that you picked, not the whole business model, just the one assumption. What are some of the behaviors? What are the things I would see my customer doing that tells me this thing is true? So start with your Z's. Pick the Z for your hypothesis. So you're going to spend the next 3 minutes picking a Z. Any questions on that before I start the timer?
No.
All right, cool.
Written in the customer words.
What's that?
Written in the customer words, I will or not.
No, it doesn't need to be. No.
Observable behavior.
Yep.
Just observe. Something that's a behavior, not an opinion.
No.
It should be stronger than say. Say could be behavior.
The Z is the behaviors that
Validates
Yes, what's your
Yeah, that's a single buy one online. Stop shop. That's actually 2 more. So which one?
exactly, you need a percentage.
More.
Whereas given the choice between keep buying 70%, right? And you did unlock yourself. Because by what point does it not matter? Probably at the start. Yeah. Where does it matter? You don't have to quit. Not to be the things. Yeah. Okay. Good. Yeah. So you want to buy one online. It's fine. So for each segment, you will test this receipt. You're not going to ask for anything. You're going to actually offer something in the way publishers would make a decision. Once they have to be there, they'll show you how to design the experiment. Even if that would be one. We don't care what they say for the lives. They can show you a receipt. Because we've talked about experimentation, don't get ahead of yourselves and start thinking about experiment. Just get the behavior that you need. We'll figure out experiment later. Okay?
How many behaviors are we going to come up with? Just one?
One behavior that validates this for now. You're going to run this for the rest of your life.
No.
This stops when you're in the ground.
Okay. No. I'm like on my next behavior.
So I say the day I'm on my deathbed, I'm going to laugh because my to-do list for tomorrow is not getting done.
Yes, exactly. That was last time I celebrate that. Yeah, well, you got it.
On Facebook, they were saying the organist what's that song? Jack in the Box. Watch everybody.
So one behavior for this customer behavior sequence. And here's the thing, you need to try to make it measurable. What percentage? I know, he's on the Z. He's on the Z, you're right. Customer drive, okay, that's fine, just stick with the behavior. That's right, I'm getting ahead of myself, I'm sorry.
He said 2 minutes.
You're right, so just the behavior. Right now, it's the behavior, if this customer segment, all of them are saying major portion of the call, only take this behavior. So what's your strongest assumption? What's your most unknown, most crucial assumption?
So that's also.
Okay.
Okay.
So the Z.
As part of your experiment or?
I'm trying to think of what are the underlying assumptions?
No, this would
why
be an
this is an online
Could be a
cloud?
potential.
Because you've got, there's more than that. They have design engineering.
Well, the customer behavior is.
Yes, segment are we talking about? People who do not have any design engineering, they're willing to contract design engineering.
Because there's something.
So that's something that's.
What,
Okay. So that's the behavior. They're willing to contract design engineering.
so why,
We're gonna
why
get to
did
the
that
rest of
come
it.
up
We're gonna
now?
get to a given X option.
Did you include that in your,
5%.
in your assumption?
Start a contract, seek a proposal, whatever.
Do you maybe have an assumption that they?
So I don't need the contract is the assumption. What leads me down the path is the assumption. If
Are
I'm,
you making that
what
assumption?
proves that I'm willing, have I asked for a proposal?
My
That
assumption
proves that I'm willing. Will I
actually,
seek
that
a
makes
client
sense, because
consultation?
I
That proves it. What's the behavior that proves that I'm willing to be part of this?
That would be kind of an
Right.
unlikely.
Because if I never ask you for a proposal, I'm not willing to contract. Whether I contract or not, later, what's the step?
So I would reword that.
You got it?
Think so.
Okay, good.
So that later on, you can go back
Cool,
and
that's
adjust
good
that.
behavior.
Okay, because I
Yeah.
think that's.
Yeah, well, and it's also
I-
at what point.
That's my point.
You know, in some ways it is. It's
Pretty soon, pretty soon. He doesn't give me the next.
Well, I have one. I'll see the one day.
Maybe you just need.
Oh, you're doing serious guy?
It's not that it's different.
Let's just start with C. What was the most crucial thing?
So, and that's what we're gonna go through consideration.
Yeah.
Because during all of this, we'll find out
Okay.
whether that's true or not, whether it's just focusing on research. Or a combination, there's a lot of ways.
I don't know.
That is. So let's go back to the leap of faith assumption. What's the most crucial, most unknown thing? You guys good?
Yeah.
Got your Z?
Or is that in the back?
No, it's kind of like that.
It's not about the pain point of them, how to go out, it's more about how employees validate by something that came.
So are you telling me that if you have a customer
Pulling out the wall.
and you're offering something
That tells you that they're willing to take it on,
and you're,
right?
the person down the street is offering
What will I see them do that tells
that
them
if
that
that
this
same
assumption is true?
customer is going to look at both of those options.
Good.
Because I'm refurbishing their existing.
Got one?
Yes, sir.
Beautiful. Good?
Awesome. My service to make theirs.
Part of the Z, right?
So you're competing on
Yep.
price?
Many times.
Okay. I don't know, I think we need to visit and then have the dog.
The assumption then is that
Yeah.
And make sure that you're not just
will
jumping to conclusions based on personal.
enter in paper.
All right, there you go. This is
Yeah.
the time.
That leads them to believe they will get a job when they're that's the important assumption. Because otherwise, the whole business model falls apart.
I don't think I'm gonna be alive that long.
All right, so now what's the behavior that leads us to believe that? What's the
So,
behavior that
Sid, you
validates
need to
that?
write all of these down.
Right?
So come to an info session about that quarter, down there,
That's
one
one
day
day
or one.
We'll take a one-day workshop on how many jobs are in this
Nope,
industry or
nope,
something like that.
bring
I get
it.
that. That's all the thing.
The capture.
So this is what is behavior, right?
Nope, post-its. That's how.
Because if they care about getting a job, they will take the time.
We'll do it with
to attend that. If they care about the job, they'll ask that question. If they care about the job, they'll fill out the career planning survey. What are the things that might lead us to know for sure they care about
Jen,
the
I
job?
never ever leave it on the computer. Your
All right.
brain works.
There's a couple of you still wrapping up. I'm gonna tee up the next one for everybody that's ready. Just keep catching up for those of you that are behind by just a minute. So now that, once you've got the Z, now we're gonna jump back to the X. What do we need to do as a business to try to get the customer to do the Z, right? What do we need to put in front of them to try to get that reaction out of them? That's the next piece that you want to jot down. And then once you've got the X, then you're going to jump to the Y. At this point in time, this assumption is the thing that you said you knew the least about, that you were least confident and was most risky to your business model, right? This one assumption is most critical. It's the thing you knew the least about. And so that percentage that you're going to pick in the middle for the Y is a wild ass guess, right? We have no idea at this point in time. You're putting a stake in the ground. You're saying, here's what I think is going to happen. Once you run the experiment, that's going to give you a baseline that now you can start to try to improve over time. But the first time around, it's a guess. So take an educated guess, put your thumb in the wind, say, Yeah, I think it's going to work. Great, pick a high percentage. Nah, I don't think this is actually going to work. Great, pick a low percentage, and then get out and figure out what's true and what's not. So this will just give you a baseline to be able to work from. So don't get too hung up on the percentages at this point. It's not a pass or fail. It's put a stake in the ground so that it forces you to learn through the experiment.
Since we're talking percentage, could we think if we asked 100 people?
Yep, absolutely. Yep. Yeah, so nail an X and a Y.
X is your hypothesis. X is the solution.
The
40%.
X, yeah, X is what you're going to do to try to get them to exhibit Z care.
Whatever it's going to be, something like that. Right?
Yeah. Yeah, what we're going to do. X is what you're going to put in front of the customer to try to get them to do the Z. So what was your Z?
Oh, we didn't.
We're not going to buy it, just X.
You're going to give them a choice. Keep your assignments. And a certain percentage.
There was a slide that showed X, Y, and Z.
Yeah, so if you have one choice between keep or give, 80% will choose to keep. That's the real hypothesis.
Except Z is supposed to say Z instead of X. That's going to type my mistake.
They will choose to keep. Like that's the Z is the behavior. Your hypothesis. Then you try to figure out do they want the product to keep or do they want the product to get? Right. So you're going to pick one of those and say this percentage is going to keep it or give it.
Right.
We'll figure out the experiment. Yeah, we're just going to pick one. So
Much better.
If we
Easy fix.
It's all clear now.
Yeah, exactly.
You want to start with figuring out what is that behavior?
That probably explains why I was bad at algebra.
I didn't even notice.
Not an opinion.
Okay.
Yeah, I flipped
You did, you flipped up, you said I talked about it.
flipped a trig.
Oh, no, I'm saying this slide, since you talked about it, you went to the next one.
Yeah. Well, the other thing I realized is that I gave that Justin still has an old version of this. And I've adjusted this rule since then. So my slides are in a slightly different order than what's on there. So I'm flipping around a little bit too. Still works.
Yeah.
Just not as smoother going the other way around. So.
So, okay, so the timeline.
You guys have X's and Y's?
Other than actually-
Sweet. You have X's and Y's?
Right, so we're trying to get.
There you go.
Yeah. That is awesome.
All right. All right, so your brains are probably starting to think about experiments. How am I going to test this hypothesis? How will I actually get the answer to this question? Injected in these experiments, I want you to think about the idea of currency. So the thing that you knew the least about that is most risky to your business model is probably not something where you want to go out and ask for money from your customers at this point in time, because likely the product doesn't even exist yet, right? So, so we use this idea of currency, which is what is some sort of value that I can exchange with my customer that helps me feel more confident that this wasn't just some easy behavior that I was choosing. You can sort of pile on currency to understand, right? So if I want my the example we were just using with the wine group buying service, right? So if that first behavior is that I need the customer to choose a bottle of wine off this list of 10, right? I go out to customers, I put that in front of them, I ask them to choose a wine bottle, and customers are choosing that very consistently. You may or may not have a good read as to whether they're truly how confident are you going to be that that business model is going to work? Are you getting a false positive that they're just choosing it because you're there in front of them? Or the story that Anna was telling about the team this last week, where they had a couple $100,000 worth of sales, but it was all of their easy customers. Like, well, wait a minute, maybe there's something else going on here. So in those situations where you're wondering, am I getting a real read from my customer? You can use the idea of currency. You can pile on additional currency to make sure that you're getting a real read from them. So some examples are asking them for additional personal details. Are there things about them that they're not likely to share with you right off the bat, that because they're willing to give that up, you can be more confident that they care about this solution? Or in the case of like a business-to-business situation, will they tell you what their budget is, or will they commit a portion of their budget in a future budget cycle for this product or service? Will they commit to coming and spending 2 hours with you to learn about what this product or service is? Will they give you the name of one of their colleagues that they think is also would benefit from this product, right? If customers are doing those things, you can be pretty confident that they're really bought in on this solution and they're not just giving you lip service. So you can pile these on as much as you need to be confident that you're headed in the right direction. And notice the one at the bottom, something else unique to your idea. This is not an exhaustive list. Come up with creative things in your realm. You know your customers, and so understanding what's important to them, what will they give up that shows me that they're really bought in on this thing. That's what you're trying to do through these experiments. All right, so we got the X, Y, Z. So now I want to give a couple examples of types of experiments. So your next step is that now that you have a hypothesis, you're going to design an experiment that you're going to go run over the course of the next week with real customers so that you can get the answer to this one assumption that you guys put down. So a couple examples of things that teams will often do. There's this technique called a landing page, which is a single page website that basically promotes your product or promotes whatever the thing is you need to learn, and asks customers to sign up or ask customers for specific information, causes them to give something up that lets you know that they're really bought in on this product or service. Mechanical Turk, this is if I've got a highly technical solution, how do I put humans back behind the scenes so it looks like it's real? This could be, you've got a complex computer algorithm or system that you're selling to customers, and you give them an empty box, but you've got a bunch of humans that are doing the work behind the scenes so the customer gets what they were promised, even though you don't have a scalable infrastructure yet. Imposter Judo, this is a really good one for early stages. This is go find somebody else's product or service that's similar to yours, pull their logo off of it, put your logo on it, and get it in front of customers to learn what's important to them, right? You don't need to build the entire product at this point in time. It's probably not perfectly unique, or you can tweak something. When I was back at Intuit, we were trying to break into the Australian market with QuickBooks, and so we took Mint, which was an Intuit product. We took QuickBooks, a current version, and we took a version of Quicken, and we pulled the logos of those products off, and we put QuickBooks on all of them, and then went and took them to customers in Australia. And we actually found out that most of the small business owners wanted something closer to Mint and not as close to QuickBooks in that market. And so you can use it with your own products. Take the title off of one of your existing products, adjust it a little bit, and get it in front of your customers. So this is using things that already exist in the world so that you can learn about what's going to work for your product or service really quickly. So hopefully you don't have to go build a bunch of marketing materials and stuff like that right now. Find other things that already exist that can help you learn the answers to these questions quickly. And if they work, then it'll give you more insight as to what you need to build eventually. Thryve Wallet, this is asking customers to pay for something, and then they've got their wallet out, they're ready to hand their wallet to you, and you go, oh no, you know what? You're gonna be one of my beta customers. Keep your money. Go ahead and start using my product now. Or in some cases, teams will be like out pretending they can take a credit card from a customer, and then you just pretend like your machine broke. You go, oh damn, my machine's busted. I can't charge you. Don't worry about it. I'll give it to you for free, right? Or whatever the right thing is to do in that case. But it's called a Thryve Wallet experiment. You're not actually taking their money yet. You're seeing that they'll exhibit the behavior, or that they come close to being interested enough that they pull their wallet out. And then Concierge, this is taking some sort of an existing product and doing it as an in-person concierge. So that's what we were just talking about with regard to the online wine system. You're printing out what would be the wines that you'd be asking them to choose online. You're printing that out and you're sitting in front of them and asking them to choose one. You're acting as a concierge for them to choose the wine, so that then you understand what your website needs to incorporate, what wine should be on the list, what wine shouldn't be on the list, that kind of a thing. You're just doing it in person. There's a lot of dating websites that use this type of model to test what the algorithm inside the dating website should be. By matchmaking people manually, they learn what that algorithm needs to look like, and they can build the technology behind it. It's all of these things are about learning. Similar to the other, is you're only limited by your creativity. These are not the entire list. If there's some other way that you can get people to do what you need them to do that doesn't incorporate these, have at it. Lots of really amazing stuff teams have come up with. All right, couple quick things. When you design your experiments, design them in such a way your customer always leaves happy, right? If you're gonna, I don't want you out there pissing a bunch of your customers off, right? If you're gonna make a promise to them, you better have a way to deliver it. In the case of, if you're gonna have them pick some wines, then you better make sure that there's a way they can get a bottle of wine afterward, so that you're not just upsetting them through that experiment. You're gonna learn from them, but you want them to be happy. Sometimes teams will have a gift card in their back pocket that after they do the experiment, they'll be like, okay, I'm not sure if I'm gonna build this product yet, but thank you for your time, here's a gift card, right? Whatever, but make sure that your customers leave happy. We were talking about if you're gonna offer, you believe you're gonna build a new school, and you want customers to come in and do a one-day workshop, either make sure that you can conduct that one-day workshop, or somebody can conduct that one-day workshop. And then if you don't need to build it, but then if you've got 5 customers that have signed up for it, you're like, okay, well now I have to deliver on that, right? And so you don't have to tell your customers, sorry, this was an experiment, this isn't real. It may be that you find that it's working and you move to your next assumption and continue to test on those customers over time. Don't break the law. Lying, cheating, stealing is not okay. I'm not advocating that you're out just tricking people so that you can launch a successful business. And then make sure that you're focused on important metrics. So these are isn't just about getting a bunch of customers through. This is about learning. So being able to say, I did this with 1,000 customers, but yet you didn't learn anything is just a vanity metric, right? It's not valuable to your business. Any questions on the guidelines? Make sense? So if you're feeling uncomfortable about the experiment that you're going to run, you feel like you're lying to your customers, then talk to us so we can help you adjust the experiment in a way that ensures that you don't feel that way. It's probably honor the fact that you're feeling that it feels like you're tricking people, and let's figure out how to adjust the experiment so it can be done in a way you don't feel like you're tricking your customers.
Especially if you're doing for under 18, if you're engaging, if there's a business that you're dealing with youth, there's some consideration.
Yeah.
I just want to add that we're going to try to run the first experiment over the next week.
Not try to, we're
going
going to
run it. So don't think of something that's really complicated that takes a bunch of design work or web work or something like that. It has to be quick, dirty, in person, preferably. Right? We want to get through the first experiment by next Saturday.
Yeah.
So you need to have results by next Saturday.
You'll be coming back into this room with data and insights from your customers that we can review next Saturday.
Yes.
All right, so
these are supposed to be existing customers, and in some cases, and in some cases, they're just off the street.
Sure. Yeah, both. Yeah, but it should be the customer that you wrote down on your Post-it. So they should look like the customer you wrote down on your Post-it. All right, so next step is design your experiment. This is getting into the who, what, when, where, how, all the details of what do I have to build, what am I going to put in front of the customers. Once there's 2 pieces to the experiment. So remember, you learned about empathy and interviewing the customers, but the experimentation is different from that. We're trying to get them to exhibit a behavior, but we still want to learn from them. So design your experiment so you can see if they'll exhibit the behavior that you're after. Either they exhibit it or they don't. Note that. Have a set of interview questions that you can ask them afterward. Why wouldn't you sign up for it? Or why did you sign up for it? Or why was this important to you, right? Get into some of the reasons why they exhibited the behavior or why they didn't. This allows you to get deeper on your empathy and understand more about it. So it's the behavioral experiment, and as soon as the behavioral experiment is over with, then you should switch into empathy mode and try to understand why they behave that way. Makes sense? So, wow. Yeah. So for the next 2 minutes, design your experiment. We'll get into the who, what, when, where, how. Yeah, exactly. Happy to stick around longer if you guys like, but
For me, this is half the problem. Right, so in that section, both.
Ideas?
So,
Okay. I'm trying to find out. I have within my customer base approximately known people that use Cisco networks, and the hypothesis is that their networks are possibly inefficient. They need to have a third party come in and review for possible efficiencies, money savings, etc. Now, getting in touch with my customers is not easy. So my thought was I was just going to send out an email to them about with a blurb to get their attention on the subject line, and then with a very brief thing about what the program is, and then ask them if they would like additional information. So that's what was going through my mind. But this sounds a little bit different.
Well, why are your customers hard to
How do we find that?
Because usually they're very small companies. I'm dealing with some companies that are like 5 people to 30, 50, 100 people. They're constantly busy. Usually, I don't get a lot of responses. If I get like a 5 or 10% response on emails going out, I feel pretty, hopeful on that. So it's about getting their attention to begin with, and in the most efficient way possible, because I don't have time to make all the calls either.
Well, I'll tell you a few different comments on that. Number one is seeing how many open the email. That's a pretty low threshold.
Okay, how do you do that?
Well, if you send it out like on MailChimp, do you use MailChimp?
No, we have our CSR is gold mine. So, and the only thing I can really do is just have like do an acknowledgement. I've also heard that's like the worst thing you can do.
Right. I would just get it on MailChimp. It's free. I mean, it's super easy. There's also videos. Teachers off how to use it. It's really super simple. And I mean, if you feel like the only way that you can do this is to email, then make sure that you're measuring the right behavior. So opening the email, not really behavior. Asking them to fill something out and get back to you, a little bit. I mean, what is the time? It sounds like time for them is very valuable. So if you can get them to spend some time, that would be a really good indicator that this is a problem that is actually pretty high on their priority list. So and then the other thing too is when you run, you always get the person who opens your email, because I know it'll tell you who opened your email and how many times they opened it. There's always a person that opens it 3, 4, 6 times. And then that's the person that you have to call and then do a lot of discovery. But if you're going to do this, you've got to put your stake in the ground, figure out exactly what it is that will tell you that there is actually an intent. Kind of know your customer, and you typically get a 3% click rate, open rate. So what would tell you that this is actually super important?
Okay, well, in my case, it would be that they would want additional information.
How would you go about offering?
Well, first of all, I have to know what that information is. So my thought, original thought is, I have to see if this is what I think is a problem. If it is a problem, then respond, I can send you additional information. Or I was thinking if we have the time next week to set up a landing page, that they might just click on the link and then go to the page and then see how long they are. On there.
Couple things that you could do, you could redirect over to like a Google form and ask them to give you some information so you can call back.
Okay.
That would be one thing. Another is a downloadable PDF.
I'm sorry, what?
Downloadable PDF. Like if you don't go to the trouble of setting up a landing page, you can. And so if they're willing to download the PDF. But I think that the key here for you, the first step that tells you what's the problem is whether or not they open the email. Right? So then once we pass that, then you decide, so are you going to measure who opens the email, or are you going to measure who actually clicks on whatever you're set up? And then make sure that you're high enough that they'll actually tell you something. 3% open rate is very low. Right? So if you're looking maybe at 20%. So out of, pool of 1,000 people that you speak to, 20% open rate, is that? I mean, that's what you have to figure out.
Right.
Only 80% said that that's the way they.
Right.
I just want
But I
someone to solve this
do
problem.
highly,
What it takes
highly
to solve it.
encourage you
Yeah,
to use this as a microphone and have it use it. If you can set aside some hours
makes sense.
tomorrow and actually make phone calls and find out the information that you want with actual conversations, because this is the first round, you're gonna get some detailed information that in a virtual you're just not gonna get.
Okay, that makes sense. So then what would be, in your opinion, then, to have something measurable, how many people are we talking about? I mean, if I can make 100 calls, obviously, that's
Right, that'd be
wonderful.
great,
But
but,
the reality is,
I don't know, I mean, if one
Assumption, one particular assumption.
that's why it's easier to go by percentage.
Okay.
Because you may set out to call 50 people, but then,
Yeah, I think
stuff happens and you're talking to seven.
Well,
yeah.
But if you're working with percentages, then you like percentage, whatever it is.
Right, well, it could be 70%, 10 people.
And that would be great, if you got 7% of 10 people, or, 7 out of 10, that's great.
Right, right. Okay.
bringing it in.
Okay,
showing
all right,
you
well, that gives you something to think about and figure out what to do over the weekend.
And seriously, if you get to Wednesday, if you say, okay, I'm actually gonna talk to people, because that is the thing that is absolutely most valuable information.
You're doing it,
have
you're
a
doing a more
script,
complex customer
so
journey.
you can
What
try
I
and make
want is,
each of your
if I
conversations
show you
similar
what
to
these
what
guys
you
are
found
doing
out
for
that.
the customers,
And then if you get to like Wednesday, you realize.
X percentage of people.
So yeah, one of our
We're
things,
replace the lobby chairs for the next
we're
12
trying
months.
to
Let's sign a letter.
develop a product for the military. And so we were able to talk to a bunch of soldiers, but they're for
So 1/3, 2/3, all
well, when
three.
you got to try to talk to someone who's
If I
actually
show you
buy the
what's
product,
better,
like,
we're doing
that ain't gonna happen.
I
It's
know.
like, okay, scrap that.
Yeah, right.
So, yeah,
I know.
Wednesday, and you're
I think it's 33/3.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. All right. So, but that's a behavior. If I offer X, Y% engage in Z behavior. So, absolutely. So, the problem is, you can narrow it down whether it's necessary, right? Can we get to a more quantitative basis? It's necessary. How big that can be and how something that's more demanding, right? So, could it be if I show the structure, Y% will ask for a follow-up and how much it will cost to get their thing replaced? Okay, so that you're not jumping all the way to the sale, but you're talking about the process.
Right.
Because if they don't want to go forward with the audit and consult, they're never gonna buy, right? And that's the lowest hurdle is their time, it's not money, but it's still currency, right?
Yeah, and that was it, one of my things.
Now see how those do. So the other thing you might test is if I'm putting together and I get 3 other names from them of other doctors who need that.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Because again, that's another currency, is I'm giving you, they've got to believe it's enough of a value that they'll put their peers in the crosshairs, right? I'm just saying, that's a really important currency. If I'm gonna say, hey, call my friend Diane, that means I've got to trust and believe in what you're giving me.
Yeah.
And it's solves a pain point, because I want Diane to have that pain point. If I won't give you Diane's name, it's because I don't buy what you're selling.
Yeah, it is hard to.
That's part of dating.
Yeah.
That's another way of getting currency, right?
Yeah.
So it might be, can you give me 3 inventors' names in your case, right?
And when you're on something, it'll be
Make sure you get one.
absolutely clear.
Get additional.
Because those kind of things, they will be, they'll be like, oh my God.
Where you have behaviors,
And
you have behaviors that are actually cool behaviors, not opinions. Do not confuse
Wow, I'm.
interest with demand. You're not saying
But
that
it's also like,
everyone will tell you they're interested, we want to check, it's not this one. Yeah.
I work with a medical that, I visited the hospital one time. It was really not even really sales, it was buying. And I walked in there and I was like, me person that I used to they're like, why isn't my now already available? I thought it was a million times. I'm so glad that we found it, putting that together. And every single place I went, the only negative response I got from anyone while I was doing this research was from an investor. He's like, this is. Well, and that's when I realized I need to go back and have a tangible show. It's kind of a jerk, I'm not gonna back to it. But I mean, you look at it and you're like, this is not a sexy product, but when you talk to people who have a problem, they're like, in fact, I stopped because it's starting to get older. And because it's such a small district, I realized that you can't go around town.
So I hear
that I'm not.
even though it's not like
And that's when I want that, like, yes, this is what I need right now, where was I?
And now in the right way, give them empowerment. Maybe I will not, but you might be in the right way, or like, it's the way I'm working on this, I'm doing I would recommend that you go back and when you see somebody that opens it multiple times, or did you just want to get right? And say, you know, actually,
sometimes I wonder that.
They really value that position. They'll give their exchange the time. I really excited about that. She was sitting in that as opposed to experiment.
Because it's still content. And then you give them an hour as a reward, then you're just not doing it. But if they have to use 1 hour, they might put out
right, like just what I taught her touch, like, you know, to keep their concentrate on position. So I'm not going to get stuck. It was fascinating. What am I testing? Let's say my emphasis is investment funds will pay to access the top one with top position, top, let's say top 50 oncologists, and they can get feedback on. So I give them, I'm testing this is valuable to them, and now they will in money in exchange because it's really busy to follow. So like then the assault line, they get
What are those sign up for office hours? Yeah, that's what I'm looking for.
On the drive. Oh, yeah.
Right, so I did, how do I get back on it? As I went to school,
Or equal pay,
May 15th, we're gonna do the pricing lecture, so.
I started recruiting physicians on my platform. So we have 7, I'm going to get this to 10.
Little baby
Steps.
steps.
And then give you kind of what are the pain points, what do you need, what was your
oh, there we go.
more kind of what are the pain points, getting to taking their dad. And then yeah, eventually
Build your experiment.
Hey, nice to meet you. Thank you very much. You're welcome. I'm with the chamber, just understand the chamber. So you're getting that work.
I suspected so.
Very good.
That's awesome.
Very cool.
And
Why not take the chamber through this?
Anna and Heather and a couple other guys were out in Madison last week for that I was talking about.
Fantastic.
well, usually the
So I see how when you flip through the
because I need to.
You didn't have
she's
full
gonna be
paper
here
stuff.
next week.
Okay.
People at this
I was
fund,
able to make it today.
I could email them, it's
Super.
I mean, they're not gonna have
So I'm
to
gonna keep
phone number,
rolling
you know,
schools
on
of
the
coaches.
website.
That's how all of them started, all of the businesses started getting better.
That's it.
Once you get coaches.
I send you
We're on the
emails,
same page.
maybe you know, got lost, you forgot
Thank you
about
very
it.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Do you have a card?
And honestly,
Where's my backpack?
if you can get somebody to talk to you.
Thank you. See you next week.
Thanks.
Have a good weekend. And something as simple as that. It is, but I suspect sometimes people do it because they're in love, like, you know.
As opposed to
Oh,
interviews.
like, yes, I should be. Or what, right? Because I don't believe, I try not to do just purely cold. I want something exactly to that person.
The action version of it.
Interesting.
Excellent, thank you.
How many people are you gonna, oh, can you have your list already of people that you send?
Right.
So what's your metrics?
Well,
Sorry,
because we're.
it's 17, he's
super
pending,
like,
right?
Crawford,
Yes.
Paula, and all this, right now, I'm
Yes,
like,
it is.
that's my plan. So we talked to 7, and I'm trying to get us to 10. I'm trying to get my team to really trying to recruit the physicians for our platform.
But what's your metric for this particular experiment? So you're gonna send an email and you're gonna offer
See
them
how,
this
see
hour.
who gives me, yes, who agrees to do an interview with me.
Okay,
Based
but
on this offer.
so what percentage of people need to agree in order for you to say that this was?
I need, well, what percentage? Let's say, I don't know. I just need to get my 3 interviews. I could start recruiting physicians.
But that doesn't really tell you whether you're on the right track or not. So in this experiment, in order for you to know, so what you're trying to find out is,
Trying to find out, is this valuable? Is this something they'll pay either money? Well, ideally they'll pay us money for.
right, but that's, you'll
And
figure that
that's
out down the
separate.
road.
But for these people, time is almost more valuable than money. They have more money than they have time.
Okay,
So,
so what percentage of your respondents need to say yes to what you're proposing in order for you to say that yes, they were willing
well,
to
even
do it?
like 1%, I think that's a success, right? Even one fund says, yes, I would do
You
that.
can't build a business on one person. You gotta have.
We have to knock on
All right.
100 doors, right? Like you
Oh,
knock on
well.
100 doors, 1% says yes.
Only
That kind of.
a couple minutes over.
Thanks, Tom.
Thank you. See you
You
on Tuesday.
need to-
You like any ideas?
You need
No
to
idea?
define what the-
Yeah, I mean, it's a one test.
And I don't
It's
think you want-
capital intensive. Yeah, it's capital intensive, so you want to experiment the hell out of it. It is, it is.
So how many?
You might as well think big to start with. You got to be disruptive.
Thanks a lot.
People would you have to?
See you, Brian.
All right, take care. See you.
If you only get a response rate of 1%.
Response rate of 1%. But isn't that like how people, I don't know, like isn't that like when salespeople make calls, how they get successful, like 1% of the calls they make it sale out of 100 calls.
Right, but you're not even asking them for money.
See, the funny thing is they keep
If this is really a problem, you should get
A much higher response rate.
I mean, usually the word.
We have inputs, outputs, processes, conflict.
Yeah, but
Always
that's not
like,
a
we were
time
Roger.
before
We don't have the problem, that's the problem. We don't have 50 oncologists in there right now. We only publish like 1 oncologist. That's what
But I actually solved that problem. Otherwise, it's not a problem.
So right now we're looking at investment funds.
Investment
So this is
funds,
gonna be
you are
quick, just give it a
telling me
clean,
what
just give it a
process.
quick version of the way I handle it.
So just say small, medium-sized funds, they want kind of the expertise, they want to reduce their
You
risk.
also-
The business people that investing in medical devices and drugs and all these things, they don't have the
You could just
background
try
for
to
it.
base it.
Okay, and so right now they use
You know,
really
just a
expensive
couple of
experts,
like
and we're kind of crowdfunding
pressure
it. Instead
sensor,
of buying an expert on $1,000 for a phone call, we'll be your platform, $1,000 per month. You can get responses from all these specialized physicians, and you can get feedback.
And your concern is that if you contact the investment.
It said 6 to 1.
And say that you have this, and you don't
When
actually
you
have
put it in,
it,
you just grab
they
it.
won't get reliable.
We can
results.
test all, you know, with the camera, we can't test it yet because we don't have.
As you're putting it in,
we don't have
you're already
the
using one at a time to go in.
Right, so
Well,
that's why you
I
have
put
to
it in,
focus
when I had
on
this, I put it in a group.
behavior, right?
You're not
Take stuff to the bottom.
You're
Somebody-
testing
it's
whether
already in the
your
same
customer
room.
behavior that's gonna indicate.
Yeah.
So in my process, it wouldn't gain you anything.
It's true or false.
But in your process, it sounds like it would.
So I don't know how to test it, how to do an experiment, besides what I kind of thought up. It's
First.
Okay, and.
Well, if that's the
the-
level
the-
of granularity you're going to
Contacting investment funds that have our
All right, I'm still puzzling over this, but I think I might have an idea.
Okay.
Okay, so the idea about the network efficiencies given to me by my customer. So my thinking is go back to the customer on Monday, have another follow-up conversation to get a better feel for what exactly he's talking about that might be valuable to him.
Okay.
Find out if he knows other people or who I should be looking at talking to, and then make those contacts if I can get some information from him, and then go out and then make it more of a informational conversation.
Well, we're still not getting to a behavior and a test. So the trick here is we're trying to delineate between interest and demand.
Mm-hmm.
People will always tell you they're interested, but they won't always show you that they demand it, right?
Right.
So it's okay to get the names, but that doesn't really show you that you have a demand. You need to. Do you have the ability to do these audits now?
Pardon me?
Do you have the ability to do these audits now?
I believe so. I mean, that's step one, actually. I have to make sure that
if you don't, there's somebody else that you know who you could buy it from.
Well, yeah, I can't do it myself.
Right, but
I'm
I mean,
teaming up with someone that I believe can do
I
it.
just want to make sure you can deliver the product.
Exactly.
So then you can call the guy back, or not that guy, but a similar guy. Call 5 different small telecoms and say, hey, we're launching this new audit product. All we do is come in and look for efficiencies. We're not interested in selling your product or anything else. Here's what the audit costs. And if you offer it, 5% will take you up on it, right? And if they say yes, you can say, hey, we're running this early beta testing. We're actually going to be doing a discount price. I'm going to send my guy out. Or you buy it from somebody else. That would be the imposter judo, where you're selling somebody else's service, right? You're just trying to test to make sure that what you need is proof that they're willing to separate with something of value to get what you're to the behavior is. So it might be we can give you this for free if you can give me the name of 4 other companies that you think need this service. It's a $599 service. It's for free if you can give me the name of 4 companies that need the service. Or whatever, right? Or it may not be the actual sale. It may be a letter of intent that they would buy the service in the next 12 months. Right? That's another type of currency, right? Or it might be that they will agree to talk with you for an hour about what's in the service. Right. Just the willingness to sit with you for an hour to have you sell them is currency.
Okay, well now that, okay, all right, I see. Right. That I can wrap my head around.
Yeah.
You can always do, because obviously I can't go to every telephone company.
Nope, you can't.
All right, but I can do a webinar. We can do a conference call. I can have it with the engineers talking one-on-one.
Now you've got to be able to build that webinar and deliver it.
Right.
So that means the webinar is going to be essentially a sales pitch, right?
Right.
So what you're testing is that they want it badly enough that they will sit through a 1-hour webinar.
Right.
Okay. So then you blast out the email that offers the 1-hour webinar, and if you get 8,000 opens or 500 opens, you will get 10% will agree to sit through a 1-hour webinar. That's your assumption. That's your hypothesis. Right?
Okay.
Right. And then you're going to build a 1-hour webinar and deliver it.
Right. Okay.
Which is going to describe the actual audit process.
Right.
But that's the fastest way to test if people really want it. Because if they won't sit through a webinar, they will never pay you.
Okay, that makes sense. Now, the only other thing I need to do is I have to get a program that will tell me what the opens are, because I don't have it. That's what she said. So I'm assuming
it'll tell you opens, clicks, right?
So I just export my database and.
Yeah, you upload as a CSV file.
Right. Right. Exactly.
Good. Okay.
Sounds good.
You feeling more confident? You got it?
Yeah. Now that I can wrap my head around. Okay. Thanks a lot.
How are we feeling? Well, we good?
I'm good, yes.
All right, excellent. You're gonna be back to DC this weekend, or?
Yes.
So I will.
Do the Google Hangout Tuesday and Thursday.
Tuesday and Thursday. All right. You feeling better? You got a better plan, you think?
I do.
Good.
I think we need to be more focused, and the problems I really know where to focus on. I think this will really help us go
Good.
through it.
I'll make sure you're getting value. You don't want to travel. So.
Yeah.
If you feel like you need anything else from us, you let me know.
Sure.
I forgot about it. It's kind of on my calendar, and it's like, oh shit, I have to be over there. So I wasn't very well prepared.
Oh, that's not great. It's
Well, no, I mean, I wasn't well prepared to help the coaches. Yeah. The other part I've done a billion times.
right.
I
I
feel
was
like,
saying that.
no big deal.
No, but I think I felt a lot more comfortable than I could, because once you're coaching, you're coaching. I mean, there's really just the methodology and the tools and all that. They're an aid.
Yeah.
So but going through the whole and trying to figure out what it's like, oh, what's that so choice? Like, don't remember, let me check. 'Cause I don't know.
Thank you.
That's good.
Well, thank you. Yeah, we'll see you next week. Yep. Okay. I think I've got 2 coaches from Intuit maybe. So
Heather and Billy are going to come join us.
Okay.
Or,
Good.
so used to it being 3 days in a row instead of 3 days over.
It's really, really hard to condense it all as much as you did for today. And
Well, hopefully we're getting better real world live experiments with businesses with this time in between. I hope. Yeah. I know you guys do it and you go out and get somebody, but you're really teaching them the method so they can apply the method later. In this case, we're trying to get them to apply the method now. Yeah. Right. Yep. So I don't know. We'll see if that works better.
Yep.
It's an experiment.
It'll be the same. In a workshop format, you can get them to run the experiment in 2 hours.
Yeah.
And in this case, they'll run the experiments in a week.
Right. It'll still be 2 hours, all at the last minute.
Spread over a week.
Right, spread over a week.
Where do you have all your posters at, Tony? Up in the Startup Center?
Yeah, 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. That's a full 4 hours.
Next week?
Hey. Yeah. Next week.
showing up? I don't know. Hey, that's very good. Shit show. 15, the street. Saw a train stress study. Yeah, that kind of stress. I just, I don't want people wondering. So yeah, that'd be great. I'll lock the door and just keep an eye on it. Okay. I don't know what the hell's going on, but. You got anything about this dude singing in the lobby? I think that's Carrie.